So, you sure we can trust this friend of yours' info? It'll be a crying shame if you were wrong about this. This guy is someone to ride the river with. He'd never sell me bunk information. That town has struck cold, that's what he heard. Heard? He just heard about it? What kind of source is that? We can't go off of rumors, you nutcase. But think about it. We'll be living like English kings if we take over a supply like that. What else are we gonna do? The last job was a bust. We got nothing left. Alright. We've had some bad luck and are running low on supplies. We'll take that town by hook or by crook, and if they don't have that gold, we can take 'em for what they do have. A skedaddle. And skedaddle. The lookout will go early in the morning and see what we're up against. But I reckon we can bulldoze this berg and have some fun either way. Make sure to bring us back some juicy details, won't you, tomboy? He firmly slaps you on the back. Laughter fills the camp around the roaring fire. Sounds like you'll be riding at sunup to check the town out. You feel it's best to get some sleep. Hello everyone and welcome to a game called Lookouts. Lookouts is a game about going into a town and looking out for gold. We're gonna find some gold today. The desert is an orange haze. Scorched sands whip up around your horse's legs. The sun hot against your back as you ride towards the town. There's not much to be done while riding. The desert is lonely, harsh, bare. The only thing to do is think. You don't like being alone with your thoughts so often for so long. But you always are alone as the lookout. Alone being the odd stick of the gang. No one talks to you unless they need something. You daydream as you ride, like usual. Flights of fancy, of settling down somewhere. You're tied to Curly Wolf and his gang, though. Is it so much to ask to be able to live in peace? To not have to fight for survival, always on the run? Maybe that's what your life will always be like, gang or not. Or hunted outcast. They could have sent you off with some playing cards at the very least. You come to an outcropping near a cliff, tying up your horse. You approach the edge to see the town come into view. A nice frontier town, small, but clearly bustling with people. White painted signs on the wooden buildings glint and bloom in the midday sun. You can't see much else from way up here, and turn to go get your binoculars. You open your saddlebag and put the metal binoculars out, brushing it against your poncho to dust off the lenses. Turning back to walk to the edge, a figure suddenly rounds the corner of a large rock you decide to set camp under. Ah, Kwa! Out of instinct, your hand snaps to your holster gun and pulls it, trained squarely at the head of the new person. The bird, who seemingly came from nowhere, looks at you, clearly as surprised and out of sorts from your own presence. He shifts backward, eyeing your hand on your gun. The air feels still all of a sudden, and given you have the upper hand, you take a moment to look at who you just crossed paths with. He's definitely an outlaw like yourself, a rugged beak shining in the sun, centuries of face you admittedly find charming. His face and arms are marked with scars, and a large sawn-off shotgun hangs in his holster. Since he's a bird, you know to be wary, just like he'll know to be wary of a Kenned like yourself. Howdy there. What's your name, partner? Joseph. And what are you doing all the way out here, Joseph? You seem a dreadfully long way away from where one might think you should be. Could ask you the same question. You stare him dead in the eye. He's pretty calm for someone having a gun pointing at his head, but you can see some of his feathers quivering. Were you trying to sneak up on me, Joseph? Rob me blind where no one else can see? I bet you thought a fella missing an arm would be easy. No, sir. Had no idea you were here until, walked around this rock. He passed the red stone beside him, as if to make his point. Sir, what in the Sam Hill? You lower your gun, like you shoulder joint just gave out, and let it hang there. In all my years, no stranger has ever called me sir. Well, color me surprised, fella. You have to be blind or full of a tick to not see you as an upstanding young gentleman. All right. Now you're just licking my boots. The hawk puts his hand up to his chest. God, as my witness, I ain't lying to you. You holster your gun and snort a small laugh. May he strike you down as penance, then. What are you doing out here, picking flowers? The smile drops from his face. He stops short and swallows, like he can't bear to say the next words. I'm part of the Black Vulture gang. I'm on lookout here to survey this here berg. That's very forward of you, considering I just had a gun pointed your way. I'm part of the Curly Wolf gang. I'll be damned, you boys have been all over the West. What brings you here, right? Much the same as you, I would imagine. Rumors of gold. You'd have it just right. Well, I can imagine what my boss might want me to do, coming across someone who's sticking their beak in our business. Joseph tenses up, feathers ruffled. He understands full well that you mean conflicting interests and all. But he's not here. Would be a real waste of good bullet to use it on you. Is that an insult, or are you trying to make a mash on me? That small jibe is enough to make you stop talking and search for the binoculars you threw when you pulled your gun, turning your face away to hide the blood rushing to your cheeks under your dark fur. You dust the binoculars off again and walk over to where Joseph is standing, his eyes keenly trained on the town. Don't need no binoculars then, huh? No, sir, these eyes can see all the faces of those people down there, no problem. Sir, again, maybe it's just a habit of his to call people that. Say, why do you keep calling me sir? I ain't your boss. You just that much of a polite suck-up? Costs nothing to be kind to the trail, I've found. What do most call you then? You thought this might come up. Of course, you're surprised it took this long for him to ask who you are, what you are. Most would say tomboy, I would think, or other things I wouldn't repeat in such polite company. And what would you call yourself? The question takes you by surprise, something no one's ever asked you before. I call myself a man. Huh, is that so? He's gonna think you're a nut now. You just know it. You'd be better getting on your horse right now and riding back and saying another night round with this stranger. How funny. Guess we're in the same boat, if I'm picking up what you're putting down. Might say that the guys at the camp don't use shove the queer to talk about money. You nod at him, unsure whether to laugh or not. Neither of you seem sure what to say now. Instead, you hold the binoculars to the bridge of your nose and investigate the town, looking down into the valley. After a spell of looking at nothing in particular, in silence, you take the binoculars away from your face again, readjusting to the late morning light. You glance at Joseph's keenly trained eyes, then back to the town. You can't help but stare at the clump of a couple dozen or so buildings. You couldn't help but think about the real people's lives going on down there. Every day, deaths and celebrations, harvests, prayers. How you were gonna hurt them. How you were gonna hurt, both were gonna hurt them. Don't get it. Joseph's voice snaps you out of your staring. Why would Black Vulture want to come here? There's nothing here. No mines in use, no banks, and they sure as hell ain't rich by the looks of it. Maybe they struck a new vein. This is a miner's town after all. You're right. Something strange going on. Well, two sets of eyes are better than one, right? You want to work together? You watch my back, I'll watch yours. Deal? A huge feathered hand shoots out at you in expectation. You look at his face, and you both lock eyes for a moment. You're not sure what, but there's something in his eyes that makes you feel seen, being looked at rather than though. Aw, they agree. You gently grab his hand, and a second winged hand collapses on and gives you your whole arm a big shake. Whoa, careful there. Don't need to lose another. He lets go and puts his hand on his hips, smiling at you. Hey, come on now. Let's get down there. He walks past you and heads towards the windy, rocky pathway down the side of the valley cliff. You take a moment to look at the town again, walking along the cliff edge to catch up with Joseph, wondering if he could see how red your face had been under your black fur. He really likes him, doesn't he? Clambering down the cliff face, the shade of the valley is a welcome change after your long ride in the sun. The climb down is quiet, only a few grunts and gripes, a couple voices of concern from Joseph you quickly waved off. You both approach the wooden sign you spotted, a little ways off, swaying in the desert wind. It looks relatively new, a board hanging on two chains, a word carved into wood. Can you read it? It was only a single word, but you couldn't piece together quite how to say it. No. Well, I'm sure someone will tell us. You notice some familiar smell drift into the wind as a gust blows through the town past you. Tobacco smoke, whiskey, stewing meat from somewhere. It reminded you of the camp. I love the style. It's so great. Walking more into town, you get a better look of the buildings that were just dots upon the cliff. There was a salon, a saloon. At least seemingly one of the older buildings in the town, as well as what you guessed was the sheriff's building, although the sign outside looked to be busted up. Everything else you could see from here seemed to be the houses and whatnot. Leftovers clearly made by miners not built to be sturdy or last long, but had been fixed up to be livable for folks. Clearly the people here like this place, and if they got a whiff of why you both are here, alright partner, I say if we get given any evil eyes or we hightail it out of here. Ain't worth getting shot in a place like this. Sure thing. We got each other's backs, remember? You nod at him. We best get talking to people. Daylight's burning. Oh, here comes someone now. Surely enough, you see a short figure approaching you from the sheriff's office. You hear the pound of the cane on the dirt as they limp towards you with vigor and step. When they get closer, the haze of the desert heat obscures them less, and you see a smartly dressed old lizard standing before you both, cane in one hand and a metal flask in the other. Howdy, fellas. I'm Sheriff. Welcome to Clemency. A pleasure to meet you, Sheriff. He gave the lizard an expectant look, waiting for a name. My name is Sheriff. Just Sheriff. That's all you need. And what do you call yourselves? My name's Joseph, and my associate here is... He gestured towards you and turned to look at you, a subtle panic running across his eyes. You realize that he just realized you never gave your name. What is your name? Okay. Robin is the name. I'm gonna go with my name, though. Okay. My God-given name, Mew. I'm Mew. Pleasure to meet you. You said this while looking at Joseph, resisting the urge to wink at him before looking back at Sheriff. So what brings you two to our fine town? We're just riding through, needing a rest stop. There a problem with that? Joseph nudges you with his elbow a bit, glancing at his eyes. You can tell he's saying, don't be rude. No, not at all. I'm just the closest thing we have to a welcome committee, and it's always nice to see some new faces all the way out here. How long will you be staying? The saloon has some rooms if you'd like to stay the night. That's an awful kind offer, Sheriff. But we'll be gone before nightfall. At least that's the idea. Maybe we'll like this town so much we stay. Joseph and Sheriff both chuckle, and Sheriff sighs. Well, you boys let me know if you need anything else. I'll be home most likely. Will do. Yep. With a tip of the hat, Sheriff turns and starts walking back to the building at the end of the road. With the lizard out of earshot, Joseph turns to you. So, partner, what's our plan? You look around the town for a moment, surveying the handful of people walking about, talking to each other around their houses. Taking in the warm wind blowing past you with a deep breath, we get talking to folks. And what? They just run their mouths about the gold they found? No, but I reckon a town this size, if they had struck something, there would be a buzz about. We asked them themselves about the town. Someone will spill sooner or later. Alright then. Well, what a pretty good peep at this place on the... Wait. Well, got a pretty good peep at this place on the way down. I'm really trying to read in a Western-like voice, and I don't think I'm succeeding very well. We got a saloon just here. We got some sort of town hall over to the far side. We got sheriff's station at the end of the road by the looks of it. Where to? Let's go to the town hall. There might be a meeting we can drop in on at the town hall. Seems worth a look. Sounds good to me. Wouldn't mind sitting down a spell neither. I should've went to the saloon. Drunk people are more willing to talk. You both start walking to the outskirts of town, weaving between the clumps of houses and down the dirt banks. You keep walking on flat stretch, smooth and complicated from the frequent travels of people. Some townsfolk on their porches wave at you or give a little afternoon as you pass on by. Is it just me, or does it feel like everyone here is nicer than most? Well, maybe, but I ain't complaining. He gives me an enthusiastic wave to a small kid shyly hanging around outside their house under the shade. I could get used to a folk being nice to me. They not usually. Don't stray far from the gang a lot of time. Maybe this is normal. Yeah, I suppose. I wouldn't know either. You arrive at the large wooden building you'd been heading towards. Nothing how similar to the chapel. To a chapel it looked. Joseph walks up to the small steps and opens the door with a rattle, holding it open for you. Thank you kindly. Oh. He follows you into a short, darkened hallway, closing the door behind him with another wooden rattle. The meeting hall is fairly large and simple and bright. It doesn't look that bright. It looks pretty purple-ish. The wood walls are varnished and gleaming from the ample sunlight filtering through the arched windows. Rows of benches line the aisle, half facing away and half facing towards you on each side. Sitting on a nearby bench, turned away from you, is a hunched figure in black. Hearing you come in, and the figure jumps to life, rising from the seat. They turn to you, both revealing themselves to be an elderly tortoise, holding a small book in one hand. Do my eyes deceive me, or do I see new visitors in our town? He walks with the characteristic slowness of someone his age and nature down the aisle towards you both, but with a sprightly spring in his step. He tucks the book under one arm and extends both his hands to shake with Joseph and then you. Welcome, welcome to Clemency, and to our meeting hall. I am Jacob, and what might your names be? I'm Joseph, and this here's my associate, Mew. Pleasure to meet you. I assure you the pleasure is all mine. It has been a good while since we had fresh faces around here. Now, you'll have to excuse me, but I have some business to attend to quickly. Feel free to sit and pray here until I return, if you wish. Before you can ask any more questions, he shuffles between the both of you and out the door. You and Joseph look at each other quizzically, sitting down at the nearest bench together. What did he say? Sit and pray here? That's what I heard too. Is this a meeting hall for prayer? The meeting house of God? Don't get it. You can't help but smile at his musings as he looked around the room, looking into the rafters of the ceilings before turning back to you. You lock eyes with him, staring into the honey gold and brown streaked rings of his keen gaze. He smiles at you coyly and looks away, readjusting in his seat. You realize you were holding your breath. You sit up on the bench more, too. The hard wood on your back reminds you of a church days. All the fuss and protest against your mother about your Sunday best. You don't miss the frillas and the laces and all. You do miss singing hymns with her. She had a beautiful voice. Don't remember the last time I prayed. Don't cross my mind very much. Can't say you're missing anything. All the good it'll do you. Not a believer? I don't want to blaspheme, but God's done a whole lot of jack squat in helping me through my life. Don't really feel like praying to someone who doesn't care about me, or anyone like me for that matter. Which is why I wouldn't have pegged you for a devout man. Joseph laughs a bit, almost mocking the idea. No. Don't think anyone could accuse me of that. Not with some of the things I've done. But, still pray. Only the Lord knows if he's listening. But it helps remind me of what's important to me. A lot of the time, I just pray for family. Hope they're doing fine. I hope they are too. There was a momentary silence between you, like the subtle shift of coals in a long burning fire, now snuffed by the door rattling open again. You looked behind you, and sure enough, it was Jacob shuffling in. He grabbed a broom and briefly swept some dust he'd track in back outside, before closing the door with another rattle. Forgive me for the delay. I hope I haven't kept you too from your business. Don't worry yourself. We're doing just fine here." He leaned in and nudged you playfully. "Good, good. So, how may I help you, gentlemen?" The word catches you off guard a little. The way it trips off his tongue so easily, no bitterness or mockery. Joseph seems to stall for a moment before a little wry smile returns to his face. He adjusts in his seat to turn to Jacob, who had now taken a seat facing you on another bench. "Well, we're just passing through, but I'm curious, you mentioned something about prayer?" "Ah, well, yes, of course. You must forgive me, I'm clearly far too used to the usuals of this town." His slow drawl of words is comforting, like being told a long-worn story by a grandparent. This is a meeting hall, for friends, Quakers, if you will. We're a large Quaker community here in Clemency. Quakers? Oh yeah, there's a lot of you folks over in Pennsylvania, and she likes it, ain't there? Yes indeed, that's true. In fact, that is where I hail from, but I must admit, it has been a long time since I last visited. Sorry, I've gotta say, I'm at sea here. I've never heard of Quakers. Can't say I'm much more enlightened myself. I don't know nothing about 'em. You both turned to Jacob expectantly. "Well, what's the simplest way I can explain our beliefs?" He fell into a deep thought for a few moments, eyes staring into the middle distance before coming back to life. "We believe that there is that of God in everyone. That we all have a inner light that guides us. Oh, like omnipresence, something like that. We don't perform sermons or sing hymns, instead we pray in silence together. There are no guidelines as to what you should do, other than try to connect and listen to the light within yourself. We also very strongly believe in pacifism, and do what we can to promote peace, denouncing all forms of violence and the degradation of our fellows who walk the earth with us. It's important to respect the light of God within everyone. That's certainly how I see it." That sounds nice, but, well, things don't often work that way in my experience. Jacob smiled wisely, likely having heard the same sentiment many times before. Yes, there's certainly some that adhere to it more than others in town here, but it's always been an important tenet of our community. "So everyone in this town are Quakers?" "Well, yes and no. Many of us are, but some us more so, just adhere to the same principles and ideals of non-violence and so forth. Quakerism isn't in force, but it bonds this community." Interesting. What about old sheriff? What about that sheriff? With the pacifism and whatnot, doesn't seem like it'd be easy. "Oh, well, yes, I can see how you might suppose that. Sheriff cares about keeping the peace, but isn't solely responsible for it. We all are. Understandable. It's what makes this town so easy to keep going. Me and Sheriff see eye to eye on many things." "So you and Sheriff have been here for a while, then? Did you found this place or something?" "You'd have believed it by the tortoise's age. He couldn't be as old as this town." No. You flatter me, for I am not quite that pioneering. But I have indeed been here for a long time. If you'd indulge me, I could tell you a little of my story." "Please do." Jacob nodded again, drifting off into thought for a moment, before coming back with his words. "Oh boy. We're gonna get deep into this guy's life, and then we're gonna tear it down by robbing the place. As I said, I'm from Pennsylvania. During the height of the gold rush, With so many heading west, many Quakers thought it would benefit to follow. I was much younger then, much more eager to get on the trail and spread the ideals of the Friends. Although I can't say my love of Blabbin has waned much. He gave a charming and hoarse little laugh at his own jive. The trail was very hard, but I learned much from others in the caverns and towns and cities on the way. So much life and light. I arrived here in this here town, maybe more chipper than I had left, but it was not to be. His expression softened, drawing into himself, emotionally failing to find its way on its face. I loathe to speak ill of my fellow man, but when I arrived this was a godless place. The miners had little care for each other. Be it out of greed or desperation, they were consumed by their need for gold, even though those who had their fill. The whole town was tense and unpredictable. Arguments, even violence, would erupt whenever something valuable turned up. A new vein, gold in the river. They'd do whatever they had to get what they wanted. The night I arrived, they told me of some called savages that used to reside here. Very little makes my blood boil, I tell you boys, but the way the miners talked about those Indians. However, happily they told me their stories about ways that drove them out. Unspeakable things I dare not and would not want to repeat to anyone. I tried explaining the Friends' way, how even the savages, as they called them, had the light of God in them. How we were equally important in the presence of God's light. That the people we share this earth with were not our enemy. They had no care for my explanations. They had no care for the needs or lives of others than themselves. It made me wonder how Quakers past had convinced people of the evils of slavery, of the importance of peace, building bonds instead of destroying one another. I lost hope. I thought maybe things had changed so much, perhaps this was the people's limit. Tolerance of those who could get in their way was no longer an option. Or perhaps I was just a failure, unable to convince a single soul of giving a damn. The old tortoise looked forlorn, brow furrowed, like he was reliving these moments so vividly, that these were the same faces he wore. Then along came Sheriff. Oh, Sheriff. I was a little worried when Sheriff was first assigned to the town, that I'd just have another person to fight with, someone with authority on the side of the miners. Instead, I found a kindred spirit, someone who actually listened to me and agreed with me on many things. Very quickly, we became firm friends. Eventually, Sheriff got sick of the miners, decided that enough was enough, and to shut down the town, forced the miners to move elsewhere. The entire time he'd been talking about Sheriff, his face was lively and lit up, his hands moving with his words. It was a lot like how your pastor used to give sermons. Surely, there was resistance to the whole mining town being packed up like that. Of course, but Sheriff did what's right. That's the way Sheriff's soul is set. I felt outburied by the way that the towns hate. Their convictions like stone walls I could not scale. I'll be grateful to God until the day I die that Sheriff came here. I was given so much hope when I'd lost it all. And you've been here ever since? Jacob chuckled. Yes, we have. Only a handful of us stayed after the miners left, and it was hard to know whether this town would still stand. But we felt sure we could find more people who cared, as long as we worked together. More people like us. His words hung in the air, subtly around you, and Joseph, as Jacob, settled his gaze onto you both. So those mines are still around? Hmm? A lot of mining towns die down because of the gold drying up. But if the miners just left, I guess there's some still here. Well, yes, I suppose so. I can't say I've thought much about it in the recent years. We don't encourage those looking for gold. I'm sure you understand, it's nothing but trouble. His warm gaze turned somewhat steely. You weren't sure how long it might go on for if Joseph didn't pipe up. Course, Jacob, we're just a curious bunch. Thank you for talking with us strangers for so long. His stern eyes disappeared in an instant, and he humbly waved away Joseph's thanks. No, the pleasure's all mine. It's been good to talk to new ears. If you'll excuse me now, I must get this place tidied up before today's meeting. Quaker meeting? Yes, indeed. You're both welcome to join us if you'd like. Thank you, Jacob. But I'm thinking we'll be off anyhow. You all stand, stretching and shaking off the stiffness from wings and tails and legs. Go well and keep the light close to you. You both nod and leave through the same rattling door as before, catching one last glance at Jacob starting his chores before you close it. Joseph stands with you for a moment in the porch of the meeting hall, looking off to the town. What are you thinking? Well, we know now that these folks ain't gonna put up much of a fight. Maybe some of them, but... And there's definitely gold here, somewhere. Joseph had no real emotions playing across his face, but he was standing much more still than you had seen him before. Like he was trying not to breathe. Come on, we got more people to talk to. He exhaled sharply, the feathers on his beak next to his nose, holes fluttering. Yeah. You walk past the town, and people like before, but didn't. You walk past the houses and people like before, but you didn't feel like waving back. Sad. Where to? Alright, let's go to the sheriff's office. We're gonna go to the saloon last, since everybody will be getting drunk and shit in the nighttime. Sheriff should know something, surely. Yes, sir. I doubt we're the only ones who've come looky-looing before. And Sheriff did say to come find him if we need anything. Alright, let's go talk to him. You walk to the same direction you saw Sheriff leave, down towards the closest edge of town, through where might be considered the main street, were this town bigger. Sheriff's office is modest, one of the smaller buildings in town, a short square stone block with barred windows and a lopsided wooden door. As you get close to the squat building, Joseph slows down and raises an arm to your chest to slow you as well. Okay, partner, what's the plan here? You and I both know Sheriff is gonna be the most paranoid, owl-headed son of a gun in this burg. We can't go waltzing in there shooting our mouths off just about anything. Yeah, you're right. All we really need to know is if Sheriff is gonna put up a fight. Somehow I feel like they're not your usual lawmen. You look around thinking for a bit. Two halves of a tattered sign swing in the wind on shattering chains in front of the building. It seems it had said sheriff once, and the edges of it seem to have remnants of bullet holes, shattered and charred wood. I say we tell him what's really happening. To call Joseph's face incredulous at that moment should have been an understatement. He scoffed a little out of curiosity, rubbing his chin with a feathered hand and trying to think what you could mean. Were you saying we admit why we're here, acknowledge the corn? Sort of. I think we can tell Sheriff that there's outlaws coming, and we're worried, about the town. That's a dangerous play. Look, Sheriff is gonna have a good idea why we're snooping around, and if we don't have a simple, honest reason to throw off the scent. It's easier to lie when there's some truth to it. Joseph rubbed his chin again and sighed. Think so too. But still, I can't help to feel jumpy walking into the lion's den. You know what he meant. For people like you, and Sheriff's office was never where you wanted to wind up. True. Alright, here we go. Whew. This is a lot of reading. Walking into the office together, Joseph ducks to clear the doorway. It feels weird saying that since I've read a lot in most of my videos, but bruh. Oh god, I just need to shake it off real quick. I just need to shake. Ooh, okay. You find the inside to be much more well kept than the outside, which had clearly seen some wear and tear in its time. Sunlight and dust in equal measures came up through the windows, landing upon the desk of Sheriff, who was currently rapidly filling a piece of paper with a pencil in hand. After you close the door behind you, you both wait for a few seconds for Sheriff to notice you. Before you can politely knock on the closed door for attention, Sheriff raises a finger on a pencil, holding hand, to ask for a moment more waiting. This was followed by a hastily scribbling onto the end of the piece of paper. Before the pencil was thrown onto the desk with little regard, two keen eyes landed on you and Joseph. Howdy there, fellas. Thought I might be seeing you again. Howdy again, Sheriff. Now, what can I be helping you both with today? Well, I'm gonna clean my glasses real quick. Joseph turned to you, locking eyes. You saw the slight wild panic of someone caught in a trap and looking for a way out. Come on, Joseph, you gotta be a little more straight than that, man. A little more straightforward. Do you protect this town? Sheriff looked miffed, unsure how to respond, like someone had just asked if the sky was blue. As much as anyone else who lives here, yes. What does that mean? I thought you were a lawman. Sheriff regarded you with some annoyance, still seemingly puzzled over what you were asking. I think I see confusion here. I'm not a lawman. In fact, I'd say I'm not a man at all, or a woman. Sheriff kept looking at you both, trying to gauge your reactions, whether you could be trusted. You guessed. My name is Sheriff. That is the moniker? That is the what is this word? That is the moniker I've chosen, and I'd ask you kindly to refer to me as so, or not at all. Okay. Joseph tipped his hat politely. Not a problem, Sheriff. Do you run this town, then? That would also be a no. I'm a founder, you might say, but I don't solely run this town. You boys are asking some real strange questions. Is there something I ought to know? Joseph had faltered, and now you did too. This isn't what you had just planned. You were just saying the first things that came to your mind, fixing on Sheriff with a calm pair of eyes, but a shakiness in the knees. Maybe you hoped Sheriff would say something that would change things, change what you were both there for. Before you could fall over, Joseph placed a hand on your shoulder, and you tensed before he gave you a light squeeze, stepping in. We heard from some other fellows on the trail that there were outlaws around, coming this way even. I see. Well, you boys shouldn't worry We know how to take care of ourselves in clemency. We don't get trouble around here often, but we make sure to run them off before anything starts. So you've been here a while then? Yes, I guess. A guess? Yeah, a guess? How'd you end up living here anyhow? What's the story? You said you were some kind of founder? Don't get it twisted now. I'm not really a founder. I'm, well, hard to explain. I used to be a marshal. Got sent here 30 years ago already? And you liked it so much you stayed? Joseph gives a little bellow of laughter. But sheriffs is much more half-hearted. No, well, I wish I could say things back then were as good as they are now. Sheriff stood up, grabbing the cane by the desk, then thumped softly as Sheriff started pacing a little through the small office, stretching stiff legs. You boys know this used to be a mining town, right? Of course. Well, I used to be the lawman of this mining town. Greenhorn out on their first assignment, trying to keep the peace here. What a joke. The miners had it out for each other. There was nothing but bad blood and gold fever. I learned all too well during that time and what it looks like, gold fever in the eyes, and what people will do to satisfy it. That town was a constant powder keg, and I was only one marshal. Felt like there was nothing I could do. I felt like I needed to do more. I needed to do something to calm the place. I asked the marshals who sent me. They don't give a hoot. If anything, they tell me to keep hands off. Let them figure it out for themselves. Shoot them if they step out of line. That never sat right with me. If there's something you should know about me, that's how I conduct my business and take care of this town. It's that I care about justice. Real justice. Not the justice others suck up to, claim to care about. I learned very quickly that the law is not about real justice. Sheriff punctuated those words, said with such fire, with bangs of his cane on the floor. The law of the marshals was not. It is not the justice I recognize. It's why I took on the name Sheriff. I wanted to name for myself. They didn't deserve it. Strange, I know. Thank the Lord, much good he has done for me, that I met at least one like-mind in that town. Oh, it's the tortoise. No, malware bites! Get out of my video! God dang it. Sometime in the winter, we had a caravan arriving in town. People who had been traveling long across the trail, needing somewhere to stay for a spell. Had some to sell as well, furs and such, anything to help get by. Friendly folks, I enjoyed their company. Spent the night drinking with them around their wagons. The miners didn't take kindly to them, didn't trust them. That was a week I'll never forget. Constant accusations of stealing and flare-ups, shouting matches, almost ending in drawn irons. The miners were so darn jumpy and owl-headed about the slightest things. 3 days later, a miner turns up dead, stabbed in his sleep. The miners all accused one of the traders of doing it. A Mexican fellow claimed it was his knife that did the deed. I had to arrest him. Held him in the cell here. A tap of the somewhat rusted metal bars with the cane rang out with the room. The traders all came to tell me that I was wrong. That he'd never do something of that sort. They helped push me in the right direction. I already had some suspicion about the miners' claims. A lot of accusations have been flying around about the Mexicans and Indians traveling in the caravans. I did a little investigating and found that the miner had been killed by one of his friends. Another feud about gold, some stolen or missing, and his so-called friend had killed him for it. The miners wouldn't believe it, insisted that the man in the cell was guilty. I wonder if maybe they should they did wait. I wonder if maybe they just couldn't see what I could see. See things through my eyes. It felt like a mockery of justice, of everything I cared about. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Early the next morning, I asked the traders to leave and take their friend with them. Sheriff noticed how intently you both are listening, watery eyes flicking in between you both. Anyway, that's a lot of blabbing from me already. Long story short, I kicked the miners out for the better. You make it sound like it was easy. How'd you get so many miners to just abandon gold? I did what I had to. I have no regrets or weighted on my soul for it. Really, getting them out was the easy part, I suppose. We moved and rebuilt some of the town further from the mines. We all wanted a fresh start. The years since have been hard, very hard. I don't have this stick 'cause I've been sitting on my jollies and gazing at sunsets. This town may be small, but it's a lot of work to keep going. Sheriff turned and went to sit at the desk again, the chair creaking beneath old bones. Don't take my griping to think. I'm not thankful for this place, though. I've done a lot for it, but it's done just as much, more even, in return. How'd you mean? I can't say I've ever really had somewhere I live do much for me. Sheriff sighed softly, looking out the windows into the town. A clear view of the cobbled-together houses cascading down the shallow hillside. Clemency has given me somewhere to live. I had many hopes when I chose to stay in this town to try and make something of it. I worked hard to earn the respect of those who live here, as a person, not as an authority. People here don't see me as oddity. They don't fear me. They don't mock or interrogate others for how they live. This ain't just a community, it's family. We're all far from our houses, but the people who made us. But here we can make ourselves whatever we want to be. A town of runaways who don't got to keep running anymore. Sheriff stared out the window for a few more moments. The sun was bright golden shine crossing wistful eyes. Turning back to you, Sheriff pulled back into the desk and got comfortable once more. Anyway, that's enough sap from me. Those outlaws, all you wanted to talk about? Yeah, I think so. You wish you had more questions to ask, more to say, more to hear about, but no other words escaped your maw except for, thank you. Don't mention it, and thank you too for the tip-off. I'll keep those old peepers peeled. Yeah, thank you for talking, Sheriff. We'll be on our way out, now. But I did have one more question for you. You still with those marshals, in contact with them? I quit the day I rebelled against the miners. Never heard from him again. Joseph nodded, tipping his hat. The sheriff tipped in turn. You stepped out of the station before into the blinding sun together. Bruh, I don't want to rob this place. I really don't. If there's an option where I don't have to rob this place, I'm going to choose that. The dry desert air is warm in your lungs. Blazing afternoon sun bakes the ground beneath you as you walk near the edge of the town again. Your throat feels tight, feet sore. There's a gentle pounding of blood in your head, accompanied by a familiar piercing ache. Everything seems hazier than it usually is. Thoughts are swimming. You're fine. Just keep walking. You almost bump into Joseph as you stop short, looking around again, searching for anything you might have missed. You look as well, but the sun seems too bright somehow. You look down at your feet to shield your eyes, staring at the tiny dunes in your footprints in the dust. Alright, so what air now? Thing. There's only one place of interest left. You heard what he said, but it didn't quite stick with you. Yeah, sure. Should we get going there then? Again, hearing but nothing stays. Your thoughts feel like just caught fish wriggling from your head. Alright, let's go. Seems like we're becoming pretty tired and dehydrated. We might be having like a heat stroke or something, I'm not sure. Yeah, let's keep moving. Joseph starts walking away and you follow. You try to follow, your feet move, but they don't land where you want, and you stumble a little. Joseph looks around at you, and you stand there staring at your feet again. Hey, what's the matter, partner? Huh? I feel a little dizzy. You doing alright? Didn't say anything. He places his hands on your shoulder and twists you to face him, looking down into your face. Yeah, you're looking a little sick there. Let's sit down for a spell. Good thing we used the saloon for last. He started walking and with a hand on your shoulder, guiding you over to the ledge with a shallow drop. You could both sit on and hang your legs over. You felt better sitting down, more stable. You hear the rustle of Joseph unclipping something from the back of his belt, seeing him pull a round canteen between the two of you. When's the last time you had a real drink? Must be mighty thirsty if you're feeling that dizzy. Of course, how could you have forgotten? You'd been riding and walking all day, but you hadn't had a drop of anything since you sat down. Although you weren't sure what Joseph had brought with him. What's that look for? You think I got liquor in here? He chuckled a little and unscrewed the cap, letting you smell it a moment before taking a long gulp. Just water, see? Get it down before you collapse on me or something. You sheepishly took the canteen from him and gave it a little wave in the direction as a cheers. You tilt it to your dry mouth and take deep gulps for a few seconds, licking water drops hanging on the edge of your lips after. Bit warm for my liking. Can't beat cold water from a clean stream, but better than drying out like your mama's washing. You take another swig before handing it back to him. Thank you. Don't worry about it, just pipe up next time. Almost hit the dirt just 'cause you didn't say anything. Sorry, it was just, we have a job here. Didn't feel like I could waste time. Pika! Can't even make time to sit down and drink? You're unlike most, I meant. Who put a snake in your boots, anyway? You ought to slow down a little. Maybe. I mean... what do you do to relax, when you're, off the job? Relax? Yeah, relax, unwind, take a load off. I know, what you mean? The question just caught you off guard a little. You weren't sure how to answer. You'd never given it much thought. What do you do to relax? The gang is always busy with something, traveling, hiding out, making trouble. Not a lot of time to not do anything. I guess I play cards sometimes, mostly just solitaire. Respectable. You win much? Nope. Ain't about winning anyway, just helps to pass the time. Yeah, you know what you mean. Me and the boys usually play some rounds of cards, sometimes betting. Although some Some of them are real sore losers. Sometimes it's easier to just let them win to avoid the issue. Beat one of them at poker 5 times in a row, and I swear the rest of the week he was giving me the eyes. Found my hat full of knife holes one morning too, and you think it was just to scare me. At least I hope it was. He gave out a long guffaw, the real and unrestrained kind that made you doubt a second of the canteen really was just water. He had a nice laugh, you thought. Someone actually enjoying themselves. Maybe it was just nice to hear a laugh that wasn't done at you. You a gambling man? A flutter in your chest at the end of the ribs. Not really. Never had much to gamble in the first place. Always seemed like a waste. Can respect the restraint. Don't always have to be about money, mind you. When ya was younger, me and Papa used to. He stopped for a moment, thinking and scratching his neck, his train of thought slowed by some forgotten memory. We used to play cards after dinner. And a lot of days when it says I don't know, when it stumps me every time when it says when I came home, I'd bring pebbles from the river. I always liked how smooth and pretty they looked. All sorts of colors and shapes, all of them different. We kept them on the mantelpiece, and when we played cards, we'd bet with them. He always won, but it was too much fun for me to ever be mad. Think he did let me win, though, when I was betting big and was gonna lose one of the rocks I really liked. He always knew which ones were my favorite, and never wanted to see me cry. Can't think of any other reason he would have lost to me. Suppose I ought to thank him for teaching me. You weren't sure what to say, so you just gave him a soft smile. Family could be so complicated. You didn't want to say the wrong thing. Oh, you know what? He dug into a pocket and produced a tattered-looking packet in his hand that you recognized to be playing cards. How about some vintage? What? Some Vingetin. I don't know. You played that before? And we can bet with it. He twisted around himself, looking for anything that you could use as stand-in betting chips. You saw his eyes settle on a small pile of rocks for a moment, but instead noticed a stray feather barely holding onto the back of his hand. He plucked it and placed it between you both, twisting how he sat to face you better. What? We can bet on this feather. We'll do it first to 5. You get it if you win. I keep it if I win. You swiveled yourself round to sit cross-legged and face him. Didn't know you were so desperate to gamble that you use your own body. Hardy har. Just thought it'd be more interesting than rocks. Oh well. I thought you were a rock lover, Mr. Rock Collector. Take them on the open road. Your own little rock circus. A regular Barnum. I don't think I understand that reference. Joseph couldn't help but smile, even though his fake pouting at your teasing. Don't know if J.H. Barnum has quite the same ring to it, frankly. J.H. As in Joseph Harrier, my initials. Oh, of course. So, do you know how to play Vincenum? No, I don't. Nope. I've never heard of it before in my life. Alright, rules are simple. I'm the dealer. I deal ya 2 cards, face up. and deal myself 1 face up and 1 face down. Idea is to get as high as number from your cards as you can without getting over 21. Oh, that game. I know that game. If you go over 21, it's a bust. Same goes for me. But if you need to get a higher number than me to win, a draw is called a push. You can hit another card or stack. Wait, you can hit to get another card or stand to stick with what you have. You can hit as many times as you like, as long as you are under 21. After you stand, I flip over my face down card and have to hit as long as it's under 17. If I go bust or my number is lower than yours, you win. If you get 21 exactly, then you don't hit or stand, and I can get a push in that case if I also get 21. What? My whole brain is fogging up at these rules right now. Cards are worth what the number says face cards, like kings, queens, and jacks are 10. Where things can get a little confounding is that the ace is worth either 1 or 11. Ace is worth 11 in a hand unless it would be a bust, in which case it was just the 1. Ace can still be an 11 if it would let you win. Gets a little muddled during games sometimes, but I ain't trying to cheat you, so don't worry about too much. Right, let's play. Like I said, first to 5 wins. Oh, I'm gonna actually play now? You get the 3 of spades, the queen of diamonds, and total is 13. Dealer's face up card is the king of diamonds, making his current total 10. So we definitely need to hit. Definitely. You draw the 5 of hearts. Now the total is 18. He could have a 9. Should I play it safe? 18, 19, 20, 21. I only need 3 more, so I feel like I should stand on this. Dealer's hand is the king of diamonds, 3 of diamonds, making his total 13. Dealer's hand is the king of diamonds, 3 of diamonds, and the 6 of diamonds, making his hand a total of 19. Dealer's total is higher. Dealer wins this round. Dang. You got 2 spades and the 10 of clubs, making your total 12. Right. I'm gonna hit. You draw the 6 of spades. Now the total is 18. I'm gonna hit. You draw the 8 of diamonds. Oh no, I lost. You're bust. Dealer wins this round. Okay. Now I got 10, so we're gonna hit. 7 of spades is now 17. I'm gonna stand. Alright. Let's see. Oh! I won! I think. Yes! Woohoo! I got 1. Okay. It's not impossible. Oh, should I make... I'm gonna make a hit. I'm gonna hit. Oh, no! No! I shouldn't have hit! Gosh, dang it. The dealer's definitely gonna win that feather. You've got the 2 of clubs and the 7 of diamonds. Yeah, because he already has 3 and we're 5 to win. Might as well hit. I'll stand now. Oh, I won! But he still won the whole game. Dealer's bust. You win the round. Oh, never mind. I thought it was 5 to win, but I guess... Oh, we have to win 5 times. Okay, should I hit? I should hit. Oh, freak, I shouldn't have hit. Okay. You got the 4 of clubs and the 8 of clubs, so I'm 12. I'm gonna hit. Oh, stand. Oh, he also has 20. Whew. Push. No one wins. Go again. Okay. Nice. Okay, I'm definitely gonna hit with a 12. I'm gonna hit again. Another ace? Oh god, I'm gonna hit again. The Queen of Hearts is 24! Oh! I lost. I lost the whole game. Sorry, bucko. House always wins, eh? Well, it's still a game of luck. End of the day, well played, sir. He picked up the feathers, but to your surprise, held it out to you. Here, take it. But you won. Well, I don't have much use for a stray feather, do I? Got plenty of them anyway. You keep it. You took the feather in your hand, twisting the smooth quill back and forth a couple of times between your thumb and forefinger. It was thin and tapered with the color of coffee. Thick, uneven stripes of white, of cream white, ran all along from the middle. Thank you, Joseph. Don't mention it. You pocket the feather carefully. We should probably get back to it. Long as you're happy, A2, and can stand steady that I'm ready to. You strung yourself on your knees and stood up with a sprightly jump. Already, let's get a wiggle on. A wiggle on? Is that what people say back then? Let's check out the saloon, I reckon, and if anyone knows anything about these rumors, it'll be in there. Alrighty then. Let's go. Oh, what a cute little saloon. Walking through the doors of the saloon, you hit with a very familiar smell of tobacco and alcohol hanging in the air. A couple patrons drink and talk quietly in the corner, not taking any notice to you two. You see a dozen or so tables and look up. There's a second floor with the room Sheriff mentioned. Howdy there. Your attention is grabbed by an excitable and friendly voice coming from a short bird standing behind the bar, who is now grabbing a couple of glasses. My name is Bartholomew. Bartholomew. What can I get for you fellows? He started wiping the glasses expectantly, glancing between you both as he walked the few steps from the doors to stand at the bar. Words. Come on, words. Let's go. I'll get a beer. All right, and you? I'll have what he's having. Yep, coming right up. He set the mugs down and disappeared through the door behind the bar into the back room. I don't have any money on me, Joseph. Don't worry about that. It's on me. He pat you on the back with a big wing a couple of times and withdrew his hand. And when he saw you wince a little, oh, sorry, was I too hard? No, you're fine. You hadn't winced from pain, you just weren't used to someone touching you, like, at least, friendly-like. Bartholomew reappeared with 2 glass bottles, tipping them into the mugs with satisfying glugs. Before taking a couple coins from Joseph, thank you kindly. You both take a sip. Joseph seemed to enjoy it, but you find it a bit more bitter. You try not to pull a face. Not like it? You smiled weakly. Not my thing. Noted. He winks at you, and you feel your cheeks redden a bit. You both keep drinking while the bartender busies himself at the bar. The saloon is quiet. A piano sits gathering dust in the corner, seemingly untouched for many moons. Wind whistles through a gap in the saloon doors, carrying the sounds of desert insects. Slow day, huh? You look up from your drink and see he's looking at the bartender, who doesn't seem to have taken any notice. He glances at you both and realizes rather sheepishly he is being talked to. Oh, beg your pardon? Slow day? Nah, this is about the usual. Gets a lot more lively in the evenings when the sun goes down. Everyone comes here to take a load off. So you know everyone here pretty well, then? Well, of course. Not exactly a big town. We're a pretty tight-knit lot here. Why is that? This is a mining town, right? These places usually explode with people. Oh, well, I can't say I know much. He looks oddly unsettled by your question. How long do you live here for? He perks up again from whatever you said that troubled him, the brightness returning to his voice. Oh, well, I'd say somewhere close to 8 years. That's a darn long time. Heh, yeah, I suppose it is. What made you stay? Never mind staying. How do you even find this place? I've never even heard of it till we stumbled past. Bartholomew's cheery smile dropped a little, morphing into something more wistful. Like the face of someone looking at an old, now bittersweet photograph. You boys ask a lot of questions, don't you? You and Joseph look at each other for a moment, expecting the other to say something, but nothing comes out. I don't mind to give a fair shake. This town ain't the most exciting. It's nice to talk to some new ears that ain't tired of my squawking already. He gives a little half-hearted chuckle. Here we go. This man's story. Well, I found this place 'cause I heard about there being gold like a lot of folks. I was fixin' to get my fill. You and Joseph both lean in a little at the mention of gold. My fiancée was running away from home, and I was going with him. We thought we'd go out west and make our fortune. Looking back on it, I guess why so many called us foolish. I might have been one of them, if it were the other way around, but we had our hearts set on it. We followed the road by wagon, and it was damn tough, hellish even. Thank our lucky stars we made it here to Clemency, on a wing and a prayer. That was when we really felt like we were foolish. When we got here talking about gold, we almost got ran out of town. I don't know the details, but there was a lot of trouble here when the miners ran this place. No one's been digging for decades now, but word hadn't traveled far enough, it seems, to let us know at the time. At first, Sheriff told us to leave. Didn't want no more of our kind causing trouble. But when Sheriff saw how stuck we were, how we had nowhere else to go, how rough the journey had been on us, Sheriff's nothing if not kind. Could see we weren't troublemakers, we just wanted a better life somewhere. He shrugged, like there was nothing more to it. With the town's help, we guised up this here saloon into something I could run, and the rest is history. I'm glad y'all found something here. Yeah, I can say that for sure. Clemency may be small, but it's something real special if you ask me. So there's no gold here. Bartholomew leaned back against the shelves behind him, crossing his arms. Not as far as I know. The mines are around here somewhere, but I've never seen them. This hasn't been a mining town for a long time, and folks here don't think of it as one. You do well to keep that in mind. He tapped the side of his beak as to say, if you catch my drift. Even so, I would be interested in the history of the town. Afraid that well runs dry here, but there's others who have been here far longer than I have. You can always talk to Sheriff if you haven't yet. Sheriff made the place what it is today. Want to know something? And that's the lizard to talk to. Thank you, Bartholomew. No problem. It's my pleasure. Bartholomew stood up from his lean and stretched his back and his arms a little. Slinging his cloth over his shoulder, he picked up his small, clink and rattling box before walking through the back room. Daylight's burning, and I think we best get go. Agreed. You stood at the bar and waited a moment while Joseph downed his beer, and then yours too. Hope you can hold that. Please. How little you must think of me. Only a couple of beers. this is a casual day. You should have seen me at the Long Branch and Dodge drink the entire gang under the table. You can't help but smile at his cockiness, unsure whether to believe him or not. You briefly think back on the times the gang had gone to bars. You were always told to stay outside, don't wander off. A dog on a leash waiting for its master to come back. Staring into the lamp-lit streets and hearing the braying crowds all around you, drunken strangers enjoying each other's company as much as their liquor. At first they told you it was dangerous for you to stray too far. Then they start telling you to stay outside after you'd beaten the teeth out of a guy in an alley who you knew had been staring at you. Couldn't have you causing them needless trouble. Off so soon. Bartholomew re-emerged into the bar looking expectantly. Well, don't be a stranger, strangers. You're welcome to come back later when the bar's more lively. My husband would love to meet you both. The casual lit of his words caught you off guard, and you see Joseph stumble a little, failing to get any words out. He just tips his hat, and you both leave the saloon, stepping back into the dust and dry desert heat. I wonder if the sheriff and the tortoise are a thing. Walking back into the edge of town, on the other side from the sign you now knew read Clemency. You both sit on the edge of the little hillside slope, kicking dust up on yourselves as you settle into rocky crevices. Think that's all the useful places of interest here, unless we want to go knocking on folks' doors asking for gold. I think we disturbed this lot enough for a day. Your resting hand becomes restless as it brushes some dry desert grass, entwining it between your fingers, slowly pulling it from its roots. So what did we actually figure out? Everyone here is kind and mostly defenseless. Think pacifist is a word. You tug more grass up into your hand. They can maybe fight off some bandits, but no officers are gonna come help, and they ain't gonna do much against the whole gang. And there is gold here, somewhere, in some forgotten mines no one's seen for decades. Well, it's gotta be around here. This is a mining town, for Pete's sake. How far could it be? You shrug. Sheriff said that the town was moved. The mines could be anywhere now. Maybe it really is just rumors. Maybe there's not really anything to find here. I think you know as well as I do that these folks were antsy, friendly as well, but gold gets their hackles up. Someone has to know where the mines are. You knew he was right. You knew how to read people well. Joseph stood up, gazing out across the landscape of the town and beyond, searching towards the horizon. Gonna use those special eyes of yours, bird brain? Gonna use those special eyes of yours, bird brain, more use than you chasing your tail, mutt. Bro, you don't gotta be like that. He looked at you for a moment with a smirk, and then you smirked back. You rolled the grass in your hand between your fingers, squashing the reeds of it together, dropping seeds in the sand. I can't see nothing, goddamn sun in my eyes. Ain't helping either. I don't know if Bartholomew would help out. He was maybe the most friendly one of the bunch. Sheriff didn't even talk about the gold, because Sheriff knows how to keep the town safe. You look up at Joseph, his puzzled face squinting in the sun, looking down at you. Looking back out into the desert, the sun sits between two rocky outcroppings in the distance. A light bulb plucked from the sky by unmoving fingers. It'll start getting dark soon. Sheriff knows where the mines are. Bartholomew said he never saw them, and Jacob was never a miner. He had no reason to go in the mines. What, so he never saw them? That don't make sense. I'm not saying that. I'm saying even if he did see them, and back then he wouldn't remember where they were now. Sheriff still knows where they are because they're the biggest danger to the town. I wager Sheriff even checks up on them every so often to make sure it's undisturbed. Huh. I guess that checks out. We don't have the time for a stakeout, though. You balled your hand into a fist, the grass yielding and turning to dusk. We don't need to know where they are anyway. We got all we need knowing where the mines are. We got all we need knowing where the mines are would just be a penny in the hat. We should think about our next move. You ignored the tiny knot in your stomach as you thought about what to do next. You should just leave, but there's nothing else to do here. We should just think about resting, getting dark soon. I think we could stay at the saloon, Sheriff did offer. Yeah, sure you want to stay here for the night? Seems like least we can do before we leave. Unless camping outside has some mighty appeal to you. Joseph flashed a wry smile. Alright, let's go have a look first. No point bringing the horses down if I can't afford the brooms. Standing up, you feel the dust fly between your fingers and the wind blowing east, and you follow Joseph a few paces behind. Oh, we're gonna stay the night. Okay. You walk towards the saloon again, looking forward to having somewhere to rest. You don't remember the last time you actually stayed in a room somewhere. It was always a tent, or just in your bedroll, lying underneath the stars. You see Sheriff and Bartholomew standing on the porch of the saloon and talking intently, but you can't pick up any clear words on the wind. Sheriff notices you both as you approach, patting Bartholomew on the back as he takes his leave back inside. Sheriff leaves the shade of the saloon's overhang, walking with purpose towards you both. The blue of the sky was starting to fade into oranges as pinks on the edges of the sparse and tiny clouds overhead. You both slow to a stop as Sheriff approaches you quickly. The faces approaching you was different from before, and you see Joseph's face fall a little. Sheriff came to a stop in front of you both, twisting the cane in the dirt a little. The old and frail figure standing in front of you was shaking a tad. You could hear slow and deliberate breaths from the chest. The usual confidence and bluster off of Joseph's dissipated... The usual confidence and bluster off of Joseph dissipated under the new glare of the sheriff's. The new and sharp eyes, unlike those you'd seen when you arrived. There was a tiredness in them, a fierce tiredness, beneath which was a wild look you'd only see in the eyes of the newly grieving. Gripping the cane, scaled knuckles turned white. Sheriff spoke in a low and calm voice. Yeah, I should have known. Thought maybe I was wrong this time. Y'all seem so, I don't know, like you should be here. Even so, I knew there was something off with what you were asking. Is everything alright, Sheriff? We were just going to see if we could stay at the saloon. Sheriff slammed the cane into the dirt with such force you feared it might crack the earth beneath. You know damn well things are not alright. I had a little chat with my friends around town, talking about the newcomers, what they've been asking about. Just passing through town. Give me a break. I should have known it was too good to be true. I know when I see the gold fever in them eyes. We're not here to cause trouble, Sheriff. We'll be on our way tomorrow morning. Really now. Well, Sheriff reached a free hand behind and pulled out an old revolver to point at you. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say it once. I made a promise to protect this town and the people who live here, that I would do what was right by them. So both of you are gonna turn tail and leave right now, and you never come back. And if I ever see either of you heading this way again, I will shoot you dead before nary fur nor feather crosses that town line. You stood still next to Joseph, a small fear of walking, talking. Hold, as you feel like the wind might knock you off your feet. Wait. Understood, Sheriff. Joseph started walking away, not stopping for you. Even as you stood there a moment longer, just to say one word. Sorry. You knew that didn't make up for it, but it was all you could muster from your tight throat. You turned quickly and walked away after Joseph with your own head down, staring at your feet as they rhythmically sped one after another for the dust tracks of your town you couldn't come back to. What? God, I am not reading this correctly sometimes. Maybe it's too hot in here. Maybe I should turn up the air conditioner eventually. The climb back out of the valley was quiet. The wind was the only noise to reach your ears. No words coming to pass between you and Joseph. Only the occasional meeting of the eyes. When he looked to make sure you hadn't fallen behind. Those eyes, that face you had grown accustomed so quickly to, having at least the hint of a small resting, was devoid of much emotion at all. He wasn't thinking about it. You felt, but to not think about it meant... He wasn't thinking about it, you felt, but to not think about it meant to not think at all. Okay? As so he didn't, his limbs carrying him up the path, but no one was home. You understood, of course, as much as you'd like to not think about it either. You couldn't ignore the small dread in your chest, like it was in the cavities of your insides, sweeping around and between your organs, a creeping tar. Not as suffocating tar, just making you feel heavy, dense. If you stopped walking now, you didn't know if you'd start again. The sun was starting to dip at the horizon when you reached the original meeting spot at the top of the cliff. Both of your horses were lying in the long shadows of the rocky mounds, your own shadows stretching across the sand as you go to tend to them. You both hauled your bedrolls off and start to unpack them, giving the horses some water and sorting through your belongings. Still, without a word, a camp for the night quickly formed between you as you worked. Joseph had brought a thin metal strand with him to hang the cooking pot over, and gently tossed you his book of matches as he erected it. You struck the match in a familiar fashion, placing it in the middle of the dry assortment, blowing gently to encourage the shy flame. Lifting your head back up from the budding fire, Joseph was having a little issue getting his stand stand. His face was still the same neutral, empty face from before, and you noticed a little catch on a joint that hadn't flipped properly. You brought your hands to flick it out the way. Either the lurch of the stand falling into place, or the momentary touch of your hand against his, seemed to jolt Joseph out of his listless stare. Thank you. A smile, just a small one, a wary one, had returned to his face. You were glad to see it again. It was enough to make your chest a little tighter, the tar receding just a touch. With the fire lit, a modest plume of smoke started billowing into the sky and scattering it in the fading sunlight. Joseph got up momentarily to rummage in one of his saddlebags, coming back with a tin and some bundled cloth. I've got some beans, some salted pork too. Not sure what you got with you. Oh right, yeah, hold on. You had plenty of water still, and if he was propping up the bulk of the meal, you had some molasses to add too. You brought them both over and let Joseph Joseph sitting on his bedroll. He laid out now, taking the reins. Wasn't really a two-person job. With the beans gently cooking away now in the pot, he sat there, lazily stirring it with a spoon. You grabbed your bedroll and laid it out on the opposite side of the fire, squatting and dropping onto it with a thud, tucking your legs towards you, resting your head on your knees, holding them in your arms. Oh. The two of you sat like this for a short while, watching the pot steaming away, the orange flames licking the underside of the well-used metal. You found yourself thinking about what happened in Clemency without even realizing it. The pang you felt in your stomach when the sheriff knew why you were there. The sharp chill that shot from your neck to your tail when the gun was pulled on you. You weren't scared of being shot. That wasn't it. That wasn't in what you set your palm into a cold sweat. It was something else. Something about having to leave that town. Sorry for letting you do so much of the talking today. I'm more of a quiet type. Surely you figured that out already. He flashed you a weak but genuine smile. Not like I did us much good. It wasn't your fault, Joseph. Sheriff was paranoid, and we were bound to be rumbled eventually. Besides, it doesn't really seem like there is any gold here, unless we feel like setting up a new mining operation. Yep, I'm sure Black Vulture'll love to hear that. Wasn't my fault, I'd say. He sighed, a sharp, exasperated exhale through his nose holes. One knee of his crossed legs fidgeted and bouncing as he stirred the pot. You were a little taken aback that he seemed to be mocking what you said. Maybe it wasn't what he wanted to hear right now. Still, you understood his frustration. What would your bosses think if we told them what this place was like? Would they even believe us? Sorry. You were snapped from your thoughts by the apology, a slightly guilty look on his face, knowing he must have seen that he hurt your feelings a little. You're right. It's not my fault exactly, but hell, this is a mess, Mew. His fidgeting was spreading, playing across the feathered fingers of his wings, his face, his eyes, his knees again. Like a ragtime tune was playing all across the inside of his body. What's he like, Black Vulture? His breathing was ragged, too. You got onto your knees and reached your hand onto his that was stirring the spoon, even now, a gentle but firm grasp stopping its motions. Your eyes met over the cooking pot. He looked like he was seeing you again for the first time in a long time. The shaking in his hand came to rest, and relaxed the vice grip on the long spoon as he held each other's gaze. Let's go. I'm here. It's all right. He nodded a few times, taking his hand away and resting it on his haunches, stretching his legs out. A few moments passed as Joseph regained his calm, laid-back demeanor. One leg still bounced a little, a quick rhythm tamping a dance hall tune. The sun was almost gone now. The last dregs of the light in the desert turned everything in the distance of a single dusty red. You could see the stars now as you looked to the sky, The light continued to fade. More and more points of light dotting their way to the east. You turned your eyes away from the sky when you heard the sound of a penknife flickering open. Oh, don't mind me. None. Just a little preening. He started aching the knife gently in his wing, very gently. He seemed to be scraping away old feathers while opening new pin feathers. While also opening new pin feathers scattered across the wing in motions like shaving. Forgive me if I'm not talking out of line, but why don't you use your beak for that? Well, Mama always told us that you don't use your beak for things around anyone other than family or lovers. It ain't polite. He seemed a little sheepish, admitting it, like it was an uncommon quirk of his family. You asked about the black poultry, yeah? Don't you know the stories already? Yeah, but those are just stories. I know what it's like riding with someone for a few tall tales trailing behind them. Joseph snorted a little, still making his way across the wing with a small knife. Yep, that sounds about right. Pretty sure some or more of the flattering ones I heard were left behind by the vulture himself. You settle on the side of your legs, a little, getting more comfortable as you kept stirring the ever-cooking pot. Where to begin with the man himself, jeez. He's a real piece of work, that one, I can tell you that much for sure. He's a city slicker. He considers himself a cowboy, even though he hates getting his boots dirty. Acts all gentleman-like and such. A real flannel mouth. He'd charm the pants off of you if you had something he wanted. Then when he's got what he wants, he'd jab the knife towards you pointedly. He'd stick you in the back and twist it hard to hear you cry. He turned the knife back to preening. He's a terrible shot, too. There are some stories that he could shoot with a cap off a bottle without spilling it from 50 paces. But he ain't the sharpshooter, never. He is almost as bad a shot as me. Got someone else for that. See, that's how you run in his posse. You make yourself indispensable. He tapped his knife on the ground and threw the word to make his point. His gang is on the smaller side, but they're plenty loyal. They need to be. There can't be anyone else. You're loyal then? I'm the eyes. I'm useful. I get it on good with a lot of them. The Black Vulture keeps me around. Win-win. You understand, and what he's saying. What he meant. What he really wanted to say. You understood how it felt to be under that kind of looming shadow. No one for miles around, but don't say anything just in case. You'd seen what happened to other people. You both had that for sure. Joseph was as far from a greenhorn as could be. He swapped hands and started the knife on his other wing now. So, what about Curly Wolf? You said there were plenty of tall tales about him. Split it fair with me. He didn't look at him well when he asked you. You kept looking at the pot, peeking over to check the beans. This looks about done to me. Joseph stared at you for a moment, when you did meet his eyes, and then closed his knife, kneeling over to look with an approving whistle. Yeah, looks it to me. You laughed a little as his stomach gave a hearty growl, fetching the bowls and holding them, while Joseph soared you a big slopping portion. Night had come now, and you both gathered a little closer around the fire, moved the pot stand to the side. You could see him easier now, with it down out of the way. With the pot lifted, the fire rose, dancing in the wind, something hazing your view, the blur flitting in and out as you glance eyes while you wait. Believe it or not, but I ain't the cookie back at the camp. Someone else got that privilege. He was clearly joking with the bean, but the beans were some of the better you'd had. I never would have guessed. I don't cook that often, but ate some mean donuts from time to time. Donuts? Oh, you do now. I'll have to try them then. I hope so. It was so selfish to ignore his question. Say ain't nothing about Curly Wolf. So rude of you. You weren't raised like this. You couldn't, though. Never. Or more like you didn't know what to say. How many years had it been now? Sorry, I should have said something when you asked about my boss. I get it. No, I mean, of course you do. But it's always that. When I said I was the quiet type, it's more than that. If I'm shooting straight with you, I don't remember the last time I heard my own voice before today. At the camp I might say yeah or no, but I don't really talk. And when I'm away on lookout, there's just no one to talk to. I don't want to talk to myself and just be reminded I'm alone. I've never talked about him, I wouldn't. Joseph looked straight at you. Even into you, if it almost felt like it. You could see the fire between you and his eyes, flames fluttering across the irises. The intensity of his look gave way to something like relief. Nah, don't worry about being a quiet one. I think it's part of your charm. He's a Sigma Bell. He's a super Sigma. Anyway. No, it was, not a Sigma. There's Alpha, Sigma, wait. It's the other one, the new one. I forgot what it's called already. Oh well, whatever. There are a lot of wannabe tough guys who want to act like you with no sweat. That strong, silent act. Besides, guys back home are always telling me to shut up. Now that I give them the satisfaction. Not that I give them the satisfaction or anything. I can tell you that being quiet doesn't change things. Same or shit regardless of whether you make a fuss. You sighed a long sigh. What words could you even use for a man like him? Curly Wolf is a bad egg. I think sometimes he was born like that. I know he can't and have been, but I don't know what godforsaken things happened to him to turn him into what he is. He's probably the meanest, roughest bastard you have ever had the misfortune of meeting. Anyone you can think of that wouldn't want to run into. He's worse than that. I don't know about Black Vulture, but the stories Curly Wolf leaves behind, I don't think they even match up to how dangerous he is. I'd seen him gun down traitors riding away on horseback 200 paces away. It's easy to get his dander up, and he is the last person you'd ever want to do that to. He'd make sure of that. Not the brightest you'd ever meet, but his instincts are keen. He's never made an empty threat, and he'll happily get his hands dirty to make good on them. Shit. Black Vulture said before that he'd be willing to pick a fight with Curly Wolf, but they've never met. Now I'm wondering if he has any idea what that would get him into. He ain't stupid, but he's definitely too cocky for his own good. Oh, eat your bowl before it gets cold. Nothing worse than cold food. You did as I said, mulling over what you talk about, why you ate. Joseph had a head start on you, but even so, his eating was voracious, and he finished before you were even halfway through yours. He sat back from his hunch over the bowl, wiping the beak on his arm. He looked around some into the fire, out into the darkness of the desert, at you. You could tell he didn't want to stare, but his eyes took you in anyway with long glances. He coughed, clearing his throat to stall for the words he was thinking of. Say, Amiab, I wanted to ask. He grabbed his knife again, taking it to his wing once more, looking away as he asked a calming question. Your arm. I hope you don't think me cruel for asking, but what happened? Did he do that to you? You were pretty used to questions about it, but you appreciated the genuine warmth behind his words, at least. This old thing? Yeah, it wasn't pretty. It was a practical joke of sorts, if you call it that, by some of the guys during a camp. Took my bandana and shoved it in the mouth of one of the horses. Egged me on like, to get it back. Reached my hand in, and of course, the husk gets all antsy and bites down, starts thrashing, trying to get away. I don't remember much after that, blacked out from the pain. Next thing I know, I'm being hauled to some doctor. Told me they amputated it for it putrefied. Joseph had stopped preening at his point, looking at you with some real watery eyes and a soft expression on his brow of both anger and horror. Got the bandana back, so you know, win some, lose some. I'm sorry. Nothing to be sorry for. Long time ago, you just lived with it. Full and finished, you set aside your bowl, taking another appraisal of your surroundings, looking up at the stars. The sky and its carpet of stars. It was quickly starting to get cold, so you got up and went into your horses, fishing some blankets out for them. Looking inside the bag, you couldn't find your usual extra blanket for yourself. Shit, must have forgotten to take it before you left. You spied your binoculars in there. You took them and walked to the edge of the cliff again. You were about to put them up to your eyes before you realized you didn't need them to see what was happening in Clemency. The whole town was dark, except for the bright light it's prominently shining from the saloon. You saw the shallow silhouettes of people dancing and play out across the street in front, and you listened very closely. Music. Seems like they're having a rip-roaring time. Yeah, I wonder if they would do it tonight, like Bartholomew mentioned. Why wouldn't they? What have they got to be worried about? His voice was a little cold, blunt, ice cubes in a drink, bumping into your teeth as you sip. You know, out of all the towns I'd been kicked out and run out of, this was the only one I wanted to come back to. This place ain't for us. We're trouble, Mew. We're no good for these folks. Tomorrow, we'll be gone. We'll tell our bosses we didn't find anything, and if we're lucky, they'll just go on with their way. Maybe in another life, we could have gone back there. It would have been nice. But this is our life. Our only one. It is what it is. We moved on. That's how we live. You could feel the wind blowing behind you, ruffling your trousers, whistling past your ears as it seemed to push you towards the edge of the cliff. Yeah, I guess it is. The wind kept howling, picking up and dying down, whistling off the valley and kicking up clouds of dust around the buildings down below. Curly Wolf is gonna ransack this place even if they don't have anything. And what do you want me to do about it, Mew? Huh, Mew? It's not my problem. You feel ill now, the desert night on you. Your fingers, the tips of your ears, starting to feel the tenderness of the cold and the wind. You were shivering. You shouldn't have talked back to him. You knew how that always went. It never ended well. You should have made him feel worse, like it was his fault. Why should he have to listen to your stupid concerns? It was your shit to figure out. He owes you nothing. You just met. You don't know each other. If it weren't for the convenience, you would have shot each other hours ago. You heard the a sound of shuffling behind you as he got up. He started walking towards you. Here it came, as you knew it would. You tense up as he approaches, closing the distance, expecting the due danger. Closing your eyes when you feel him at your back, ready for the blow that's coming. You flinch when you feel a weight around your shoulders, a squeeze of them, too, that you expect to hurt, but is so tender it couldn't possibly. Opening your eyes, you see a black blanket drape around down to your knees. You look cold. Don't want to get consumption just standing there. You know how cold the desert gets. You drop the binoculars gingerly by its strap to the floor, now clasping the edges of the blanket with your hands tighter around you. You could feel how cold your fingers were just below your chin, almost numb. How long had you been standing here for? I'm dreadfully sorry. You got nothing to be sorry for. You and he sat back at the fire, Joseph giving you a 1,000-yard stare. Thank you. Nothing to it. Get warm. You pull the blanket tighter again, the desert chill still sweeping underneath. Are you not cold? I've been around the fire all night, haven't I? I'm fine. He's lying. You can see his feathers twitch and shiver, but he's trying hard to hide it. You wonder the truth of what he said. To that we just had to move on. Standing up with the blanket, you walk to the fire, standing over him a moment, as he looks up towards you with wide eyes. You sweep the blanket around him and sit down shoulder to shoulder. You were right. He is definitely cold, but a lot warmer than you had imagined. Oh, this is so cute. Oh, this is so cute. I told you I'm fine. Don't give me that blow, tough guy. I know you're not. He looks like he's going to say something, but he shuts his beak and suddenly seems a lot warmer. I'm sorry, I didn't mean what I said. I know. That wasn't the fella I've been around all day. I'm just scared? He nods softly, as to be almost unnoticeable. Yeah, more scared than I've ever been. Together you huddle, bringing the blanket tighter and tighter, moving closer to each other. He smells like the desert, dusty and sweaty. Why is this so warm? Why do you feel like this? Not warm like you're around a fire, but like there's a fire inside you, warm coals shifting around inside, and embers spitting in your throat. Have you ever felt like this before? Joseph, He looks at you. Your faces so close together. You lean your head into his shoulder, staring into the wild dance of the fire. I haven't met someone like me before, or someone like you. You're extremely kind, even to a stranger like me. I wish I could know you more than these few hours. I know I have to ride back in the morning, but of all the hopes I've hoped, the strongest is that I could just stay here. That the sun would never rise. I don't want to go back. You stay clinging to him. After a few moments, he pulls you tighter. I have to say, I feel the same way. I can't see you in someone who's faced so many hardships. I can see in you someone who's faced many hardships, someone who deserves better, who worked harder than any of the lump suckers back where you come from. We're a couple of queer fish in a barrel, I'd say. Lord knows how we found each other. The sun will come up again, and we'll have to go our separate ways. We don't have another choice. I just wish it wasn't so. I wish. You lift his head and look at him. But he just gives you a look and turns back to the fire. What you're thinking. He sighs wearily, like he's been asked to carry the whole world on his back. It's a flight of fancy, that's all. It's not realistic. You look at him curiously, catching his eyes, then looks at you, almost for approval, before he thinks about what he wants to say. I wish we could run away, that's it. The two of us, far away from everyone and everything. Right east till, we know no one's chasing us. That sounds nice. You both cuddle for a little while longer, sitting close and resting your heads together. The thoughts of running away take over in your mind. Is that what you want? As if he could read your mind, Joseph asked, "What do you want to do?" You thought more. No one had ever really asked you that, and even so you knew what you wanted to say. "I'm tired of running, Joseph. I want to fight. I want to kill Curly Wolf." "Really?" "It's the only way I can think of be free of him. You know as well as I do that you don't get to jump up and leave. Don't get me wrong. I love to be free of the Black Vulture too, but do you think that's something you could do, kill him? I can't do it alone. Our gangs, Joseph, they're going to destroy this town. And if we run away, and we'd never be safe. We'd be looking over our shoulders the rest of our lives. I don't want to run away from things anymore. I want to run towards a better life with you." Joseph's eyes were sympathetic, but his expression was of discomfort. I think you're right, and I do want to help you, but I'm useless in a fight. I can't shoot straight. I don't want to die, Mew. I wouldn't let that happen. I'd keep you safe. We can keep each other safe. We haven't been living our lives, Joseph, just surviving. Something better than that is worth dying for, I think. A fight feels inevitable. We should face it. You're really that desperate to get out? Nod, head held against his shoulder. He sighs, that same sigh again, long and heavy, almost theatrical. If it weren't for the stakes laid out before you both. I think you're right. A chance like this won't come again. I might as well be tempted to call it fate. We should talk to Sheriff again. I think somehow, if we can. He yawns. I don't know what that's gonna do, but we ain't gonna figure it out. We're bone tired. We should get some sleep. Come morning, we'll talk more. Figure out something out, and then hope on a kiss and a prayer that we make it out alive. He chuckles. Ain't that the story of our lives? This'll be the last time we'll have to fight like that, I swear. You both fall asleep against each other, dreaming of that promise, praying for a better tomorrow, and a willing to fight for it. Oh man, I hope they get their happy ending. I hope they do. It'll be super sad if they don't. It wasn't the red morning sun, now risen just above the horizon, that woken you. Nor was it the gentle, slumbering breath of Joseph against your neck, doing its best to lull you back to sleep. What woke you wasn't even the familiar crick at the base of your tail from sleeping on the bedroll, a stiffness you couldn't wait to stretch out. It was your thoughts, all the thoughts in your mind, like so many wild horses running, of what may come next. What you both had to do. The nights spent on lookout were better than the sleepless nights back at the camp. But you still dreaded the dawn that came after. At least you had Joseph this time. At least you had him for what was to come, you hoped. You could feel one big wing of his wrapped around your stomach, shifting as he started to wake too now. As much as you wanted to keep lying there, or with him, for just a few more minutes, you knew you had to get up. Coffee wouldn't brew itself. You peeled back for the blanket as little as you could to let yourself escape, gingerly untucking Joseph's fingers from your side. Sliding off the bedroll and through the dirt, you let Joseph's arm down gently. Crouching low on your knees, you gave his hand a gentle squeeze, feeling the soft, dry, dusty feathers beneath your fingertips. Holding this moment in your head, that it might stay here. You stood up, dusting yourself off everywhere you could. Time to get ready. Even with Joseph here, your morning routine was still the same, just doubled, you suppose. Feed and water the horses, both of them. Make a pot of coffee, double the amount though. Let it brew a little longer too, on the same fire as you used last night together. You kept thinking while the coffee boiled. There were so many things you didn't have time to think about yet. Even so, unimportant thoughts still rose. An unimportant thought that kept bubbling up was how nice it was to not have the usual knot in your stomach. The tightness that twisted every time at camp when you had to get food or drink or use the same tools in the same space as others. It was nice not to have to worry right now, you thought, about sharing this. Joseph wouldn't complain about having to get coffee from the same pot as you. He wouldn't get angry that you were handling his stuff. Could it have always been this easy? Your stomach rumbling snapped you from your thoughts. Of course, you'd forgotten breakfast. You went back to your bag, unwrapped some salted pork, holding it between your teeth and tearing a chunk off. You always liked how chewy it was when you weren't in a rush. The rhythm of your jaw grinding it up helped you think. Possibilities were rolling around in your mind, dice cast among the branches of the trees. How things might play them out. Although you couldn't just keep it to yourself now. For better or for worse, this was about the two of you. There was both weight and comfort in this slot. As you watched the pot start to bubble and steam, you heard the sound of a sleepy shuffling, turning to see a waking Joseph. He was propped up on the one elbow, blurrily, trying to figure out what was in front of him. Blurrily. Oh my goodness. Rubbing his eyes with one winged hand, you saw his pupils contract to the morning sun, and was getting brighter and brighter, focusing on you. Good morning, partner. Is that the sweet smell of coffee I smell brewing? Not sure I call it sweet. You looked into the pot and at the dark brown tar-like substance, regretting the large snoutful you got of its acrid, bitter scent. Well, the idea's sweet to me, at least. Stuff's damn near magic far as I'm concerned. With a surprising energy for someone who had just woken up, Joseph whipped the blanket off of him, standing and dusting himself off. You watched still as he stretched. His fingers locked together, wings pushed and pulled in front of and behind. The way the feathers of his neck parted and ruffled as he rolled his head around the shoulders. The hem of his shirt, usually tucked in, but now loose after a night's sleep, rising ever so slightly as he twisted his body. He sighed as he finished, wings on his hips. He met eyes with you. What are you looking at? Nothing. Uh-huh. A shy smirk crept across his face as he tucked his shirt back in and walked over to you. What you eating? Salt pork. There'll be some in my bag if you want. I think I will, thank you kindly. Can you get some cups too? The coffee looks about done. You looked behind you at Joseph crouched as he dug into your bag, giving you a quick thumbs up. You turned to the pot again and stirred it with the spoon a little. Joseph came back round and sat beside you, setting 2 tin cups on the ground with one hand. His beak tore at the piece of jerky, in his other hand, hungrily swallowing it down after a few chews. He picked up a pot and poured you both a hot cup, eagerly tapping his cup with yours before drinking. Cheers. You both sipped quietly. You could feel the heat of the coffee traveling all the way down your gullet, burning in your belly. How did you sleep? Good. like a pup. Didn't wake once. Me too. Slept better than ever. Better than even that hotel I stayed in one time. I swear, the sheets on that bed were the softest darn things I've ever touched. Sounds nice. It was. Last night was nicer, mind you. Another silence between you now. Likely you were both thinking the same thing. Thinking about last night. What you were talked about. Silence. Because if neither of you spoke, maybe nothing would happen. Maybe the world would stop turning, and the sun would stop rising. Of course it doesn't. It still does. You can see it, charting its course away from one horizon to the next. So, what's our plan? Joseph shuffled a little, legs restless. We kill Curly Wolf and Black Vulture. That's what we said, right? You nodded. Maybe we don't have to. We could just run away. We talked about that, Joseph. If we run, we'll spend the rest of our lives looking over our shoulders. We'll never really be safe. Yeah, you're right. Besides, have you never thought about it? Of course I have. It's just not that simple. Everyone around him is loyal. It'd be hard to even get the chance. Even if I killed him, I wouldn't get away with my life. And even when I thought about that ideal world where he is a bullet in his brain, and I'm home free, there's nothing after me. I could never really see what would happen with the rest of my life. It was a blank. Just a desert. If you were to kill him now, what would you see? Joseph looked ahead, thinking, the feathers on his face fluttering in the wind. Something, I suppose. Not nothing, at least. I think I can trust that, maybe. Are we really going to be able to kill them, though? I don't know. They bleed and die like anyone else. It's just hard to get a chance. At some point, our gangs are going to go to Clemency and take us with them, whether we like it or not. I think we should try to use that to our advantage. Unfamiliar place for them, at least. What about everyone in town? They shouldn't have to be involved in this. They're already involved. We can't change that. I just wonder if any of them would help us. I doubt it. Do you think? You looked at Joseph and he turned at you, his brow furrowed. Sheriff, you felt a cold dread wash over you, even in the heat of the morning sun. No, I don't think Sheriff wants anything to do with us. We'd be dead before we even crossed the town line, remember? No, I know. It's just, there was something about it. How Sheriff was when we were told to leave. I don't know if I fully believe it. Sorry, Joseph. I think that's just wishful thinking. Hey, you listen to me now. I ain't making it up. His voice was suddenly sterner. The timidness had been in a voice now gone. I'm telling you, Sheriff, I don't think the Sheriff wants to tell us to leave. There was something far too sad about it. You saw it too, right? I'm not imagining it. You thought back. It had hurt too much to dwell on it. But now you've thought about it, you had to agree. It wasn't like other times when you've been exiled or barred from places. There was an anger, but also frustration, disappointment. That wasn't normal. You might be right. Even so, I don't think we can go waltzing back into Clemency and expect Sheriff to welcome us with open arms. We still don't even have a plan. I think we don't need to talk to Sheriff, even if we don't have a plan. I think we need to talk to Sheriff, even if we don't have a plan. Sheriff needs to know what's coming. Yeah, you're right. I just don't know how. We need to get to Sheriff without being seen, ideally. I don't want to risk getting shot, however, unlikely, without being seen. You set your coffee down, getting up and walking to the edge of the cliff. You didn't need binoculars to see the shape of the town from up here, how the land moved and shallowed down towards the buildings. You looked along the cliff in the opposite direction, where you gone yesterday. Hey Joseph, I think if we ride our horses this way, we could maybe get into the town from the back. Sheriff's office is at the back of the town there. If we surrender ourselves, we might get to talk to Sheriff. Joseph got up from where he was and walked over with you, looking along the cliff where you were pointing, sipping his coffee. Yeah, that could work. What, not a fan of the idea? Oh no, we can do that. This coffee is just mighty vile. He held the cup over the edge and tipped it upside down, the brown sludge falling into the sand below. Let's get going. We don't have much time before both of us be needing to head back to our gangs. Yeah, of course. You took one last look around the cliff face and started helping Joseph clear up the camp, making haste to get on your horses. Okay. Whew. You rode as quick as you could down the cliff face, taking a long route around the back of the town. Climbing off of your horses, you tied them up out of sight behind a rocky outcropping. You started your cautious walk to the edge of the town together, cautious about being spotted. Sheriff's office right in front of you, the squat building backing up into a side of the desert. 2 square windows were cut into the face of the building, holes in the frame where the bars once were. As you get closer, you listen out for anything that might tell you where Sheriff was. The rhythmic tapping of wood carried on the wind to you from the front porch. Carefully, you and Joseph sidled up to the building. Sticking close to the side, you shuffled along the stone walls, cold in the shade. At the edge, you slowly peeked your head out, squinting through the morning sun. Sheriff was sitting on the porch outside, looking out into the town, cane tapping idly on the wooden boards you hadn't been noticing. You pulled your head back and nodded to Joseph, him nodding back in turn. You both drew your guns, backs into the wall, and called out, "Sheriff?" You hear the panicked shuffling of someone getting out of their chair and cocking a gun. "Who goes there?" "It's us, Sheriff, Joseph and Mew." "We mean you no harm." As you heard Sheriff's footsteps coming towards you around the corner, you both put your hands up, guns hanging limply by the fingertips. You stepped back from the building and out of the shade as Sheriff came to face you, a gun loosely pointed in your direction. "What am I looking at here? Why are you back? Are you surrendering?" "Yeah, kinda." "Sheriff, we need to talk. For real this time." "Oh yeah? And I'm supposed to believe any of that cobbly-wobbly you say now, am I?" "No, we know we betrayed your trust. We lied to you about why we were here, but we didn't lie about the danger to the town. We're asking for a chance to explain ourselves." Sheriff's brow was furrowed. You could see that even under the tough, scaled skin, a few moments of silence passed between you. Sheriff's holster the gun slowly and calmly, the click of it, uncocking, letting your breath freely again. "Come into the office, then. If we have things to discuss." You gave each other a look of relief as Sheriff turned to walk back. You put your guns away as well and followed the lizard around. The office was darker inside than yesterday, the morning sun not quite shining in the same way. Sheriff stood with both hands on the cane, facing curious and stern, still and trusting. "So, boys, what do we need to talk about?" You looked at Joseph, and he met your eyes. They were darting about in the same way they do, even when you're focused on a point. He gave you a little wink. That was all you needed. Yesterday, when we told you about those outlaws heading here, that wasn't a lie. Or I guess it was a white lie. Our gangs know about this place, and they're gonna be coming here, gold or not. So you were scouting our town out? Makes sense. Still, I don't see what is stopping you from lying about this town. You both know we can't do much to defend ourselves from a whole gang. So frankly, if I'm picking up what you're putting down, you don't want to hurt us. You just lie to them. Tell them we're armed to the teeth. Scare them off. They won't be stupid enough to try us, though. I guess we could, but what? Look, I appreciate you trying to come clean and help somehow, but this ain't our business, you see. It's not one gang, it's two. I'm from the Curly Wolf gang, and I'm from the Black Vultures. You're from two different gangs? Well, I'll be damned. You seem so friendly with each other. The thing is, Sheriff, we don't want to work for them anymore. Curly Wolf and Black Vulture. We want to kill them. We need each other's help to do that. We can't do it alone, you see. Your heart was beating fast in your chest. Saying it loud, saying it to Sheriff changed things. Before you could convince yourself otherwise, you took Joseph's hand and you were squeezing it tight as you stood next to him. Yeah, besides, there's no guarantee we'd be able to convince them to come here, even if we did lie to them. We need your help too, Sheriff. Sheriff's face remained stern. Or maybe concerned, you thought. Eyebrows flat across the eyes, thinking. You boys are sure about this. This is what you have to do. Yes. Yeah. Joseph's hand moved, ensuring the grip of his fingers intertwined with yours. Psh, getting a little old for things like this, but alright. I can't, and in good conscience, endanger the people of this town, but I think I might be able to help. Sheriff got up and started pacing. So, your two gangs are both gonna come here? Yeah, I know Curly Wolf will, for sure. Black Vulture is bored. I can tell. He's itching to do something. Any history between them and any scuffles? Would they fight or make a truce if they met? Black Vulture has said before he'd fight Curly Wolf, but I don't know if Curly even knows he exists. Curly Wolf wouldn't work with another gang unless they had to. I don't think he'd give up this place so easily. Seems to me like them meeting up would be beneficial to your goals, don't you agree? A fight between them would be chaotic, but maybe that's what we need. Someone might even finish them off for us. It would be dangerous for us, though, too. Well, now hold on. When do the lookouts get caught in the scuffle? Almost never, unless we get started. If anything, we should be the safest ones from the bunch. You're right. If you can delay their arrivals, then I might have a solution for you. Clemency gets supplies monthly. They arrive by train, about a day and a half ride from here. That's where the nearest station is. Since it's a whole town's supplies and the trip is long, everyone in Clemency goes in a wagon together. Easiest and safest for all of us. As luck would have it, that's in 3 days. So the town will be completely empty. Not a soul, I can guarantee that. We ride early in the morning and ain't back till the next day. You get your gangs here on that day and do what you need to do. Best I can come up with some sort of on short notice. God, I'm glad we got a plan now. That could work. Not like we have any other plan, and anything could happen. But it's better than nothing. Things were happening so fast. Sheriff really wanted to help us. This was incredible. This was really happening? Was this something you could do? 3 days, right? We need to both be here in 3 days. Yep. Do you think you can do that? I think we can. Joseph looked at you, both of you, holding each other's hand tight. We have to. Good. And thank you for trusting me with this. You took a real gamble coming back here. No, thank you, Sheriff. Truly. Really. I hope to see you again when this is over. God willing, you'll make good on that promise. For sure. And I think we both need to get it going now. We'll be expected back today. Yeah, we need to start riding soon. Godspeed then. Both of you keep yourselves safe. You felt sick to your stomach and lay on your feet. You nodded at Sheriff and left, still holding Joseph's hand. Oh, they're so cute. Back with your horses, you made last-minute checks of your bags, ensuring everything was secure for the long trip back. 3 days from now, you'll be back, both of you. Some part of you dreaded needing to start this journey, lingering on the feeling of standing here, not moving. So much had changed since you got here. Now you must be risking it all. Doesn't feel fair, the idea of losing something you only just found, only just got the chance for. You shoved it down, though. The ride back was long. You didn't need the kind of worry gnawing at your heart. Pity for you, that every time you saw his face, even a glance as you checked your saddle, it all came rising to the top once more. Like a drowning man pushing under the waves, breaching the surface again, as he refuses to sink. I think I'm all ready. Me too. Joseph stood by your side now, waiting for you to turn and look at him. You contemplate just getting in the saddle, not lingering for longer than you had to. You felt the light touch of his hand on your shoulder. Twisting, pressing your face now over his shoulder, arms clinging round your side, you were holding him before you could think. Oh. Joseph said nothing. He did nothing, too. For a moment, you could feel the weight of his arms on your back clinging tightly to you. Your hand took a great fistful of his clothes between your fingers where they lay, and as you held him tighter, he squeezed you even more. You wouldn't care right now if he squeezed you hard enough to break a rib. Feathers on his back, on his neck, tickled your face and poked your closed eye. You could feel the way his back bent as he leaned ever so slightly over you. You don't know how long the hug lasted, but eventually you let go. You could feel imprints on your skin from where the hardness of his clothes, his buttons, his belt had dug into you. Still, you didn't mind. He held you still, facing each other, holding each other's arms, looking at each other. Joseph's eyes flicked around your face and to the top of your head, holding his gaze there for a moment before leaning in. You felt the gentle prod of his beak on your scalp, the sharp edges tugging at your fur. He preened through a few times, pulling gently and spitting the loose hairs to your side. Done, he pulled back, his face a little sheepish. There, that's better. Need to look your best for when you go back. Thought your mama said it was impolite to use your bake, huh? Well, she's not here. Besides, I think, you fit the, criteria. Huh, thank you. Your cheeks were hot and flushed with, what felt like the blood in your body. All the blood in your body. And you were sure you could see the same under his feathers. I'll see you in 3 days, you hear? Yeah. We'll kill those bastards. Yeah. You nodded, his hands trailed your arms as he walked away to his horse. You got up from your saddle too, the reins familiar in your hand. Joseph trotted his horse around alongside you, facing the opposite way. Well, partner, time to go. Wait, Joseph, just promise me if something goes wrong, you'll run. Promise. Killing them isn't worth it if you die too. If you run, I run. They ain't worth the effort of dying. You smiled at him with the same type of smile as when you left home, weak and worn, but relieved all the same. Goodbye, Mew. See you soon, Joseph. You both started your horses moving, gently trotting, until you were no longer beside each other. You heard Joseph giving a "Kawa!" and his horse set off at speed, kicking up dust into the air. When you looked behind you, you set your own horse into a gallop and the rush of wind in your ears as you rode through and out of Clemency, back to your gang, back to the man you were plotting to kill. Here we go. The midday sun hung harsh and bright in the sky as you made it back to your camp, and you and your horse both tired from the ride. The current hideout of Curly Wolf and his company and co. Was a ramshackled affair, nestled in the depths of rolling hills, hidden from the sight of any passerby. Riding slowly in, you climb off your horse onto the sun-baked ground, led it over to tie it up with the others. Oh, excuse me. The smell of food wafted, but you could see... Oh my god. The smell of food wafted, but you could see people cleaning up already. You missed lunch. As you made to leave the horse, a sudden thought struck you, and you doubled back to scramble about in your bag. Where was it? You hadn't left it behind, surely. The trickle of panic had started to leak into your chest, thankfully stopped as your fingers felt the soft brush of what you were looking for. You pulled the feather Joseph gave you out of your bag, folding it closely to yourself. You let out a short gasp of a sigh. Oi! Tomboy! Your ears perk up and you stood up straight at the sound of Curly Wolf shouting at you. You hastily tucked the feather away in your pockets. You turned and made your way over to Curly, eyes down at the ground, avoiding the looks of the others. You know how things work around there, don't you, Tomboy? Yes. Curly grabbed a handful of your poncho, pulling you forward, stumbling, before roughly shoving you off your feet onto your back. Asshole. You learned how to take a fall by now. You didn't scramble when you let yourself lay in the dirt for a moment waiting. Get up. You pressed your hand to the ground and got up, not too fast and not too slow. The others still got a laugh out of this routine, but you were too bored of it to be embarrassed anymore. If you know how things work, then I shouldn't have to punish you for not doing what you're told. When you come back, you came straight to me and with what you found. You don't stand around playing with your little horsey. Yes, boss. Right, come up, spit it out. I found a town, a place called Clemency. It's got some gold from mines, but no bank or anything like that. What would you say now if Curly knew Sheriff was the only person there who even resembles a lawman? He'd just go barging right in. This lie was crucial. He couldn't catch you out. Place looked armed to the teeth, even so. All the townsfolk had some way of defending themselves. No gun laws like other places. Well, shit! Was hoping to be a breeze. We need an easy win right now. I found out from the sheriff that the place is going to be empty soon. You were focused on the hill in the distance, not daring to look directly at him. Still on the edge of your vision, you could see Curly's eyes narrowing, staring at your face, studying it. How come? Overheard that they retrieve supplies for the town ever so often, and the next caravan drive is in 3 days. Whole town is going to be going. It'll be empty and unguarded. The suspicion in Curly's eyes melted into smugness, and a grin lit his face from ear to ear. Hot damn, now that's an easy win. He turned his face away from you, shouting into the air of the camp. Boys, 3 days from now, we're gonna be rich! He walked away from the camp, kept talking, hyping it up, riling everyone up for what was to come. You didn't need to listen anymore. Your job was done for now. You went back to being invisible, staying out of the way, the usual. Are we gonna go to 3 days? That night the hills were full of the sound of howling, cheering, drunken songs as Curly Wolf gang prematurely celebrate their victory. This was a bigger deal than you had maybe anticipated. In any case, your goal was the same, and they didn't know what was coming. Curly Wolf didn't know what was coming. He was the cockiest you've ever seen him. The days after was a blur. If you weren't needed to help out with the menial work somewhere in camp, you were just sleeping in your tent, trying to avoid the blazing heat, keeping out of everyone's way like you always did, waiting just like everyone else for the day you'd ride out. Oh. On the night before you were due to leave, you snuck out of your tent, out to where no one would see you, away from the camp, the sounds of it echoing lightly through the air. You clambered halfway down the hill and sat. You didn't do this often. Who knew when someone might come to your tent needing to drag you away for something? You couldn't risk it often, but being unfindable. But you thought it was important enough to do tonight. To come out here and breathe in the cool night air, to stare at the stars across the horizon, at the blanket of stars in the night. That's the second time we used that. And that's the only complaint I had for this whole entire series. I didn't want to cut the story in half by talking about it, but it's like reading a book. I feel like I'm reading a whole entire chapter book right now. Like a short one. Though it's still going, but it's really nicely written. Trying to pinpoint constellations you were told about when you were much younger. You wondered if Joseph knew any. You didn't think about it at the time. The feather was in your pocket still, the safest place you could think to keep it. At night when the lights were out, and the tent was filled with sound, the sound of someone snoring, you could hold it in your hand, flickering through with the claw of your thumb, feeling the smoothness against your fingers, just for a bit, before you could put it back. It helped you get to sleep. Again now, while you were alone and sitting under the stars, you pulled it out of your pocket, fiddling with it in your hand, feeling it tickle the pads of your palms. Your mind wanted to wander, to think about important things, to think about all the ways tomorrow could go wrong, to think about what might happen to you both. You didn't let it. The feather helped too. For once, you just let yourself be calm. You'll see him tomorrow. Until then, worrying would do you no good. You imagined what was like, you imagined that was the kind of thing he'd say to you if he were here, sitting next to you. The imagined weight of his head on your shoulder, the thought of his warmth sidled up next to you. All the things you wouldn't feel again if you lose him. You'll see him tomorrow. That's the hope. It's the morning. You're awake early. You didn't sleep much anyway, as much as you tried to. The sun was bright as always, coming in through the yellow fabric of the tent. You laid awake, waiting for others to get up, waiting for Curly Wolf. He'd start rallying guys together for the ride to Clemency soon enough. You need to make sure you were there. The minutes ticked by, and you heard more people get up, the camp coming to life, once more of the sounds of work and talk. You got up and got yourself ready, sitting on the bedroll after and waiting more. Then the voice of Curly Wolf. "All right, boys, scatter round. We're heading to the town of Clemency this morning. I need 10 or so men with me to haul valuables. It's around a half a day's ride from here. Who's coming to get our gold?" You heard all of this as you were You heard all this as you were leaving your tent, making your way to the small crowd of canines. Instantly, there were people joining, eager to prove themselves, to get their hands on real gold. 1, 2, 3 already. You subtly push your way through the crowd, trying to reach the front. push out the edge of the crowd by the huddling bodies, you found yourself standing in front of Curly. He stared at you, even as he clapped the hands and shoulders of other guys walking past, joining the excitable group. What you standing there for, tomboy? We don't need any little pups to help ship the goods. You needed to be on this crew. You couldn't talk back to him, though. You didn't know what to say. What could you say? You just kept standing there. You think you're gonna be any help with this scrawny stick? He grabbed your arm, raising it up and down, shaking it by the wrist. Every inch of you was screaming to snatch your arm from his hand, but you knew what would happen if you did. You threw your arm back to you, making you stumble a bit. Go make yourself useful someplace else. I only need real men for this trip. You had to say something. You had to be there. You'll need a lookout. He was looking at the assembled group, doing a quick head count. Alright, boys, that's 10. Be ready to move out in 5 minutes. He didn't seem to hear you. Your words were quiet, whispered. You tried again. You'll need a lookout, Curly. His ears twitched. He still didn't turn to face you. I heard you the first time. Stop yapping at me about bullshit. We don't know when the townsfolk will be back. It'll be bad if they come back while you're there, and even worse if there's no one keeping an eye out. Y'all will have your hands full already. You heard him sigh, and a little growl rolls in his throat, before it subsided into nothing. Fine, then, tomboy. If you're eager to come, I suppose I have to let you. You're riding in the wagon. You don't need a horse, so... No, you didn't get that privilege when other people needed them, you suppose. The wagon was fine by you. You knew it was a punishment of kinds. And you'd be riding in on the way back too. Wait, along with everything else. Boxes and sacks and supplies and whatnot, all bumping about, hoping none of them fall all over and hit you. Cramped space with nowhere to sit or lie, just standing for hours waiting for it to stop. Get a move on. You follow after Curly to get ready. Of course, what Curly didn't know was that you were gonna be coming back. You weren't gonna be coming back here. Neither of you were. Alright. Curly gonna die. Let's go. From where you sat, slumped in the corner of the wagon, the wind whistled through the gaps in the canvases next to your head. The edges flapped. The wind ruffled your clothes and your fur, drying up your nose as you sit with your knees up. The wagon rocks and bumps as it's dragged by the horse through the desert, and this corner is the only place you feel safe enough to stay. You could at least keep yourself steady, even as you tried to knock about, clinging onto the wooden frame. Looking towards the entrance of the wagon, where the covers split down the middle, you couldn't see much. Or rather, you could see... What you could see were great clouds of dust billowing out from the wheels and into the dry air. As uncomfortable as the wagon was, at least it provided you shelter from the sun, unlike riding on horseback. The winds coursing past your ears were welcome too, cooling your head that was swimming with thoughts. You knew you were close to clemency now. The entourage had been traveling long enough. As you got closer and closer, the minute stretched out. You felt sick to your stomach, less so butterflies, more like hornets. This was going to be it. This was what you've been waiting for. Not just for days, but years, really. A chance like this. All the anxieties and concerns you pushed down last night were rushing back up like geysers. What if Joseph wasn't there? What if his gang wasn't there? What if you reached clemency and Curly realizes you were lying? What if you couldn't kill them both? Or what if they demolished the town and Sheriff came back to find nothing left? To find you'd broken your promise? What if you kill quickly or slowly? What if you were killed quickly or slowly? You'd seen Curly kill traitors before. The simple fear of dying took hold of your heart, the chill of the Reaper's shadow. No, this wasn't going to be it. This isn't all there was going to be. You'd see him again soon. You'd do what you had to, together. This wasn't going to be it. There would be more after this. It was hard for you to imagine, but you knew it to be true. There would be days after today. You wanted to see them. And if you die, at least it was for a reason. You sure as hell weren't going to go out without a fight. This was a risk you'd always be willing to take. You and Joseph would take it together, and you were going to see it through. You stilled your resolve, locking the furnace of your heart, so that no one may put it out. The rumble of the wagon started to slow. The rocking back and forth became gentler and gentler until everything came to a stop with a small lurch. The constant motion that had been your body had gone all sudden. Was gone all of a sudden. Everything seemed impossibly still. Like when the many conversations in the bar all died down suddenly, leaving it quiet in a strange moment. You heard the thud of Curly jumping off his horse and crawled the floor of the wagon to the front. Curly came and opened the low wooden door, letting you slide out of the wagon and jump out. The light of the late morning sun was blinding, and you held your arm over your brow to shelter your eyes. As your eyes adjusted, the bright desert became clearer. Hazy rock formations in the distance became familiar. Walking round the wagon, you saw the shapes of buildings that set your teeth on edge. The town of Clemency. Here we are, boys, with a shithole no one here at least. We'll take what we're here for and leave, sharpish. Won't know what hit him. Ain't that right, tomboy? He slapped you hard on the back. There was an anticipation in the air amongst yourself. This was the place they had been waiting for. You'd been waiting for it too, but the anticipation was not one of eagerness. Even in your brief visit here, many things had happened. In some way, being back in Clemency was comforting. Despite that, you couldn't ignore the chill in your veins at the prospect of what would come next. There was no backing out now. It felt like those few times in the past when the fuse on the stick of the dynamite had been lit, and you were still holding it. There was only going to be a few moments more until the spark reached the end of the wick. Whew. It all built up to this, boys. Curly started walking into town, and you followed suit with everyone else staying close behind them. Clemency was quite dead, not a soul in sight, just like Sheriff said it be. He studied the town as you walked down the main street, peering through the windows, drawing up plans in his head. Every building you walked past filled you with a little more fear. You were still waiting for something to happen. For anyone else to appear. Soon enough, Curly would want to get started for real, and asked where the goal was supposed to be. Then at the end of the street, you saw what you were waiting for, who you were waiting for. A hazy group of guys massed their way up to the main street, from the other side of the town. As they got closer, it became clearer. The figure of a tall and slender bird, with many others in tow, staggered behind him, much like you behind Curly. Curly stopped as he spotted the group, just staring at them. Uh-oh. Here's the showdown we're all waiting for. Now, who the hell is that in my town? He started walking again with purpose and menace, and they quickened their pace and turned towards you. You felt your heart beating in your chest now, reaching up to your throat, blood rushing, adrenaline started to build in you. They were really here, and you could see Curly wasn't happy about it. Both sides slowed as they came closer to each other, coming up to a stop halfway down the street, a few dozen paces between them. Not too close, not too far. You saw a black vulture much more clearly now, and he was looking with intrigue at Clearly. You looked past him, though, desperately searching a small crowd of people following in his wake, until you saw the one you've been waiting for. Joseph, stony-faced and stern, blending in with his compatriots. It was almost funny to compare her to the laid-back and jovial man you'd gotten to know. After a few moments longer of staring each other down, Black Vulture spoke. Well, well. Is that who I think it is? The infamous Curly Wolf? What's it to you? And what are you doing in my town? Well, I'd imagine we're both here for much the same reason. I've heard tales of your exploits. Can't say the same. Who are you? I'm Black Vulture. Gentleman, outlaw doesn't ring a bell. The feathers of Black's neck clearly ruffled at Curly's rebuttal, but he waved it off. More fool you, I say. You here for the gold, then? Yes, and how strange that we might run into each other like this. I'm willing to bet you're not a sharing man. Like I said, this is Curly Wolf property now, so you best go off and then fly away. No, I don't think I will be, Curly. I think it'd be a shame for so much gold to be wasted on scum like you. Should keep that highfalutin beak of yours shut, unless you want a barrel of gun inside it. Let us see then, Curly Wolf. To the victor go the spoils. I intend to spill that tiny brain of yours across the dirt. Fine by me. Don't need much of a brain to shoot you. This wasn't how you wanted things to go. You and Joseph were still in the thick of it, facing each other. You thought you'd be out of this fight. The air would still. Hands came to hover over the guns, every pair of eyes trained on the opposing side, waiting. In a standoff like this, it was a test of the boss mettle, their mental fortitude. How long would anyone last before pulling the trigger? Trying to psych each other out, being the first to take the shot wasn't always the best call, but having to react to the first shot could be worse. It was a test of loyalty, too, for everyone following them. Your underlings couldn't step out of line or take the shot themselves. To break rank early would be a betrayal, but when bullets went flying, it was unpredictable. Staying meant to risk your life. You know Curly was a good shot. He had the upper hand here, but you were reminded of something Joseph told you. Black Vulture wasn't the shootist. He had someone else for that. He could brag, but he wasn't the real one. You thought about whether Curly should know. If I tell him, then he's gonna know that I was up to something. I'm gonna keep quiet on that one. No, it was better if Curly didn't know about the shootist. Because if I told him, then he would know that I knew that this was gonna happen eventually. So we don't say anything. As dangerous as it was to leave someone like that hanging around during a fight, it was more of a danger to him. The second dragged on. It felt as though your very breath may tip the scales, chest heavy from breathing the air of the people who wanted to kill you. There was safety in numbers in the crowd. Even so, you found yourself for the first time thinking about running. Never before have you considered it. This time it was different, of course. There wasn't going to be a next time. Running would tip the scales for sure, but you couldn't know whose favor. In whose favor. Play it safe with the gang. Or run and let all hell break loose. Oh my god. Shit, I'm gonna have to stay. Though if you really ran, you might make yourself a target. Better stick with the gang till they scatter. Curly spoke up in a low voice, cast to those behind him. Watch and learn, boys. He flexed his wrist of his hand, holding out before clutching his gun in his holster. You saw Black Vulture react in turn, reaching for his gun. Curly liked to play with his food and show off. He waited for a moment. Black grabbed his gun with the same, then quickly and expertly pulled it free, pointing it dead straight. He knew he'd always be quicker on the draw. The shot rang out, a bang that made your heart jump, and you saw Black Vulture double over, clutching his side. The smoke was barely rising from the barrel of Curly's gun when another shot rang out. Full on ego and admiring his handiwork, he hadn't noticed one small bird hanging on the edge of the crowd that had raised his rifle. Curly's face instantly twisted into a full-toothed cry of pain, eyes clenching shut, staggering back a step as he clenched at the side of his chest. Fuck. A moment passed before the crowd behind you dispersed, everyone running to take cover as the fight broke out. On the other side, you saw the same. The clump of figures scattered like ashes to either side of the street. You couldn't see where Joseph went, and you couldn't afford to hang around as more shots were fired. Curly was struggling to move, and he turned to see you still standing there alone. A bullet whizzed by, striking the ground. He gave you a look and slumped over onto you, his arms slung over your shoulder, much of his weight bearing down on you now. You had no choice but to help carry him out on the streets, knees shaking as you walked, as quickly as you could. Your compatriots fired a volley of rounds down the street, providing you enough cover to drag your bleeding boss between two buildings. He was heavy on your neck and wobbling as you walked together, his strides still outpacing you as you tried to keep up and push him along. You kept walking, though, through the long clump of houses that lined the main street, pushing through to the other side where it gave way to a hill. We're walking him pretty far out. At the corner that led out to the shade, he rested against the wall, lightening the load off of you as he craned his neck to check if he was safe. Again, without a word, he slumped onto you, and you walked around the corner together. Curly used the houses as support now, too. Bloodied hand dragging across the wall as he used you to drag him ever forward. Gunshots continued to ring out, bouncing through the alleyways and streets next to you. The acrid smell of gunpowder grew stronger, even as your nose was full of the scent of Curly's sweet-laden fur. You stumbled along on this back path a little more before Curly's weight on you suddenly gave crushing, like gravity itself had become stronger. The full weight of Curly lay on you for a moment before your knees buckled and he slid off with a grunt. He threw out a hand trying to catch himself, scraping on the wall of the house, and he fell, coming to sit on the dirt. He sat with his back flat against the slatted wooden wall, one hand reaching across to grasp his side so hard you could see the tendons. The other hand clutching his gun, finger resting next to the trigger. He breathed slowly and heavily through gritted teeth, staring out over the edge into the rest of the town, across the roofs and the desert, into the desert. His ears twitched and the pop of guns around you seeming to come from every direction. This was the best chance you were going to get, you thought. He was so vulnerable looking. Some part of your mind said you can't kill him. Something will go wrong. He's a hurt and cornered animal right now. Staring real hard at me there, tomboy. word that I'm gonna croak on you, don't. I'm not going anywhere. You could feel the weight of your gun in your holster as you shift on your feet. The space where your hand needed to grab it. Curly fidgeted around like it was impossible for him to get comfortable where he was, before giving up and sitting crooked. We'll hide out here for a time being. The boys will take care of things. You're not much good in a fight, but you're better protection than nothing. Some of the black poachers' lot might come this way, so keep your eyes peeled. You gently unholster your gun, letting it dangle on your fingers and by your hand. You didn't want to stick around. You didn't know how the fight was going. You didn't know if Joseph was alright. You were just wasting time, standing here, with this bastard bleeding on the ground next to you. Just shoot him. That's all you had to do. Just shoot him, and be done with it. You've killed people before. He deserves it more than most. And still, you can't bring yourself to do anything. Your ears perk up. You heard the sound of someone running this way, thudding fast against the dirt, and look up. You swing your gun hastily, ready for whoever's coming your way. You don't see anything for a few more moments until a bird comes running out looking around frantically. It was Joseph, panting, holding his shotgun in both his hands. And as he looks your way, and his eyes land on you, they light up like the brightest fireworks. Ah, shit. There's one. The glint of Curly's gun shone in the corner of your eye as he moved, arm crossing his body, pointing upward. Joseph's eyes widened, pupils becoming pinpricks, trying to turn tail and run as he saw Curly take aim. It was all so quick, and it felt like an eternity as you yourself lifted your gun, aiming directly at Curly's hand, and it steadied itself. Before doubt and fear could take a hold of you, you squeezed the trigger and saw his hand explode. The sound of the shot rattled through your head. Joseph staggered and stopped. As it went off, Curly snatched his hand away. His gun dropped to the ground with a dull thud, and he buried his hand and into himself, crying out and growling. Fuck! What the... He looked bewildered at Joseph, failing to understand what had blasted the fingers off his hand, before looking to his side at you, looking at the wisp of smoke from your barrel of your gun. You felt yourself panting heavily, hands shaking, in fact your whole body shaking with adrenaline. You heard the thump of footsteps again, looking to see Joseph running over, slowing, and as he neared you and Curly. Oh boy. Uh-oh. The two met eyes, anger and disgust spilling onto Curly's face, and equal amounts, while Joseph's became pitiful, you thought. So, this is him, huh? The great Curly Wolf. Joseph came down from your eye level, crouching to Curly, studying his face. Ha. All makes a little more sense now. Found yourself a little buddy, did you? He won't stick around. I could see it in his eyes. Shut your trap, Curly. Anger flitted across Curly's brow. But he wasn't stupid. He knew he wasn't getting out of this situation. He was as good as dead. You really are two peas in the pod, traitors and cowards who just run from everything. His breaths were haggard, throat hoarse and harsh, holding on out of spite more than anything else. Whatever he told you, promised you, tomboy, and it's not real. I know people like that when I see it. When things get tough, he'll leave, he'll run, like all the other times. Or will you run first? You might say that's not so, but I know you're a liar, always have been. Should've known you'd betray me sooner or later. Saw in your eyes all those times, never liked you. Do you even know his name? Joseph regarded Curly's coolly, but his anger wasn't concealed by a sharp bite in his voice or the clench of his jaw. Doesn't matter. What's the name, anyhow? If I call someone and they come, that's their name. Answer the question. Do you know his name? Curly squinted up at Joseph, the sun shining in his face. You and Joseph's shadow cast up in the wall beside him. No, of course I don't. What? A deafening blast of Joseph's shotgun cut him short, and you flinched away, averting your eyes from the pepper-red mess of his chest. You followed the momentum of your flinch, turning around, gazing out across the hill and down the town, breathing in and out. You heard one last breath of sorts behind you, a gurgle of blood from the mouth, and the rustle of clothes as he fell limp. Wrong answer. Mew? You gingerly reached a hand behind at him, tugging at his shirt, and you found Purchase, pulling yourself in. Oh, they're so cute. His arms caught you as you took a weak step towards him, returning his embrace, as he held you close, your heads over each other's shoulders. There was a pit in your stomach, making you nauseous. You closed your eyes as you breathed in, focused on his smell, so close to you. Are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm fine. You pulled away from each other as you heard more gunshots, fighting starting up again, no doubt caused by Joseph's shotgun. We need to get somewhere safe, wait for this to blow over. Once they realize Curly's dead, the guys will probably hightail it out of here. Where's the Black Vulture? Not sure. Lost him in the fight broke out. Was more concerned about finding you, really. Holstering your gun, you stooped down and picked up Curly's revolver from where it had fallen. You grabbed it, Joseph's hand, and placed it on your shoulder to pull him with you, walking briskly, keeping in the way you've been going already. We can skirt around the edge of the town and make our way to the saloon, safest place I can think of. Joseph nodded and followed you, trailing in his arm, your gun held firm and ready in your hand, cautious of every alley you passed. You kept following the edge of the hill, heading in for where the streets bend, sheriff's office being across the way. You were aiming to loop around to the back of the office and avoid the firefight in the street, but as it came into view, a tall figure started to pass by. He didn't notice you at first, but the sound of you both slipping short caught his attention, and you met the eyes of the Black Vulture. Well, what do we have here? Taking a prisoner, Joseph. You could see the blood staining his shirt. His shirt was on the side of his stomach, where he pressed his hand, but he seemed unsurprisingly unfazed. Following Black from behind the building came the bird you recognized as the shootist, the one who shot Curly. He stood behind Black, rifling firm in both hands. A mask covered his face, small eyes watching keenly. The grip of Joseph's hand on your shoulder grew tighter, and he pulled you towards him a little, continuing to walk you forward slowly. Yeah, thought it might be useful. Should have knowledge about some of Curly Wolf's hideouts and whatnot. Black grunted, hunched over, but now standing taller, his crooked neck raising his head above you. Always so quick on your feet, Joseph. It's good thinking. I'm just curious as to why you're not holding him to gunpoint. He took a few steps closer to you both, or indeed why I had to take a bullet for your actions. My actions? You ran, you slimy, traitorous coward. You ran with your tail between your legs, and now I'm bleeding from the stomach. Your palms were sweating, your head faced away from Black, and the shootist hiding the gun in your hands. It was a bad time to be caught in the act. You thought about whether this was your chance to kill Black, but he was so close to you both, with his own gun drawn still. And you knew now how hard it would be for Joseph to try to kill him, the fear dripping inside his chest. We should stick around. Curly's guys might find you. You dared to look behind you, look at where they were standing, and you saw Black's eyes. You made a mistake. The glint of the gun in your hand, hidden and now revealed as you twisted your body ever so slightly. Too much. Joseph must have seen the connection too, the spark of realization in Black's eyes. He swung his arms suddenly towards Black, bashing him upside the head and his shotgun with his shotgun, and knocked him to the ground with a grunt. Then the shooter, even while watching closely, was caught off guard, and though he readied his rifle quickly, you had already been looking at him. You aimed the revolver at his head and fired. The shot clean through. His mask flew off, twisting in the air. As the shooter fell, his dying trigger finger squeezed enough to let loose a final shot from the tilted rifle. You heard the telltale wet thuds of a bullet hitting someone, and Joseph cried out for a moment, hands snapping to clutch his thigh. Damned little son of a gun still got me. Black was already starting to stir from being knocked down. You pushed your head under one of Joseph's arms. Come on, we need to go now. Joseph held his arm around your shoulders, using your help. Joseph held his arms around your shoulders, using your help to take some of the weight off, but still limping as fast as he could with the pain. You abandoned your plan to go around town and ran to the nearest alley towards the main street and towards the fight. You couldn't afford to get caught out by someone again, Black or otherwise. Joseph was too hurt. You just had to get to the saloon. As you reached the street, everything had lulled once again, the air deadly quiet all of a sudden. You poked your heads out, but wherever people were hiding, it wasn't anywhere near you. The saloon was just across the street. You looked at Joseph, his face so close to yours, and he nodded. You pushed off together, running and walking as fast as you could to get across without being seen. Halfway across the wide street, the saloon porch so close, but you looked behind you, only to see Black coming and to a halt as your eyes met. Wiping blood off his face from the cracked beak, he aimed his gun at you both from the alley entrance. Your heart skips a beat, and you crash to the ground, pulling Joseph with you, hoping you might dodge the bullet. A shot rang out, but it didn't come from behind you, and in fact, you quickly look towards Black and see him ducking down. His hat was knocked off by an unknown shot, and he grabbed it before scuttling back, hiding further in the alleyway. The shots spooked the hiding gang members too, as a couple shots were fired back and many more added to the cacophony. You picked Joseph and yourself up off the dusty ground, seeing down on the street, and many were shooting up at some attackers on the roofs. You took off running in a crouch, with your hand balled into a fist around your gun, and the back of Joseph's clothes dragging him with you. Both stumbling up the stairs of the saloon porch, you flung open the doors and helped Joseph inside with haste. There was a loud crack as a wooden door frame was struck and splintered near your head. Why didn't we kill the other guy? We should have killed Black Vulture too. As you turn and slam the door shut, you see Black pull away from aiming at you, now having to reload. With the door shut, your eyes adjust to the dimly lit interior. The sun not quite shining in the same aim as last time you were here. Not quite shining in the same as last time you were here. Joseph stood with his injured leg slightly off the floor, leaning on the table with one hand. You go over to him and unholster your gun, handing it to him by the barrel. Handle pointing upwards. You take it. You need something better than that shotgun. I have it for a reason, Mew. I'm a real terrible shot, more likely to hit you than who I'm aiming at. Then take it for good luck. I had it for a long time, and it's always done me well. He gave you a hesitant look. Still, you both knew time was the essence, but he didn't want you to put you in danger. You trusted him. You knew this wasn't dangerous. 2 revolvers isn't much good for me. Just take it and hide. Black's still coming after us. Joseph took the pistol from you and slid his shotgun across the floor to the end of the bar, limping over to hide behind it. You ducked down yourself, scuttling over to the nearest window, listening to the shootout happening outside. You needed to know where Black Vulture was. You pulled up and peeked over the windowsill. As soon as you pulled your head far enough up, your eyes landed on a distant figure of Black, rifle aiming directly at you. You immediately snapped away from the window and pressed yourself against the wall, holding still as one louder shock echoes in the street. The window next to your head broke with a shrill twang, the panes falling on the sill and shattering either side, the floor covered in glass. You felt a sharp pain pierce your ear and reached up for a moment to feel the tip missing, your fingers slick with blood as you brought them down. The side of your face started to feel wet. You could feel your fur matting and sticking to itself inside your ear. He'd known where you were. He'd almost got you. But you knew where he was now, and he'd probably try to move and throw you off. You reared your head up along with your gun, spotting Black sneaking away from where he was as he tried to avoid errant bullets. He saw you as you took aim for the window, but you weren't going to falter and let him get the jump on you again. You followed his movements with your hand, watching where he was going, and squeezed the trigger just ahead of him. The gunshot echoed through the saloon, and a single moment later Black fell with a small spray of blood, kicking up dust as his legs splayed out. You stood up a little, still crouched, peering more clearly over the window to get a better look at him in the ground. He didn't seem to be breathing. You kept watching for any sign of life, any movements, but even as the bullets from the fight hit dirt and wood beside him, he didn't seem to stir. You gingerly kicked the broken glass under you aside, taking a deep breath. You slunk down and sat with your back to the wall, ears down, not wanting to attract any of the shooters still outside. The wary head of Joseph poked out from the end of the bar, looking at you, his eyes then flickering to the window. I got him. He's dead. Black's dead. We should just lie low here for a bit. Joseph nodded, shuffling out from behind the bar a bit more. Made a bit of a mess of the saloon. Hope Bart won't be too mad about it. You hope so too. You guess Sheriff must have told people about what was happening. But you weren't sure. You'd help fix it up if you could. You sat there, waiting, listening, still, unless the fight outside died down. You can hear some distant shouts, sounds of people running, the wind howling through the open window, the crunch of glass. Your ears flicked towards the noise as a feathered hand shot through the window, grasping at your face. He didn't die. The arm grabbed under your chin and pulled and jerked you up. Breaths became caught and strained as you were half choked to the window. You dropped your gun and desperately pulled at the arm, claws digging into your skin, Black's wings, as you tried to break free. Another arm threw itself in as he got up to his knees, pressing your head against the wooden windowsill and tilting your head back. You could see his face close in your proximity, and his other hand now came to your throat, something sharp and cold resting against your skin. The shard of glass glinted in the sun, and refractions danced around the dim saloon. Your claws hurt from scratching feathers out of his arms. You didn't want to die. Your head forced back, neck thrust upward, exposed, looking at nothing but the ceiling above you. This is going to hurt you much more than it's hurting me. The words brushed past your ear. You felt the arm move and the glass start to prick at your skin. A loud bang went off, reverberating around the room and vibrating deeply in your body. For a moment you fell to the floor. You crashed into the shattered glass beneath you, twisting to look up at the window, running your hand along the throat with subsiding panic. The arms that had been around you went limp, hanging for the window, along with Black's long neck, his face motionless and frozen. The bloodied shard of glass in his hand fell to the floor with a tink. The blood from his hand started to drip next to it. You looked over at Joseph and saw him sitting lopsided on the floor, your revolver in his hand still pointed towards the window. He was looking past you at Black, breathing heavily, and then looked at your eyes, his head not moving an inch, just the flick of his stare. He blinked after what seemed like an eternity, and you felt the roughness of your breaths in your throat, a hoarse cough ever so often. You pushed your hand against the floor and sat up, Joseph putting the gun down carefully beside him. Think we got him for real then. You gave him a small nervous chuckle, as did he. More gunshots started up outside, only less than before. You got on your knees, holstered the gun, and dropped and carefully crawled over the broken glass, across the floor to Joseph. He took a gentle hold of your shorter arm, a warm squeeze. We might be in danger here, still, if someone sees us, specifically with old Big Beak there being a window ornament. Yeah, we should go to the storeroom for now, I suppose. He looked over the bar at the door to the store, the gentle curve of thinking on his brow, before meeting your eyes again. The saloon has rooms, don't it? Think that's what Bart said. Yeah, must be upstairs. Should we go up? Would be a darn lot safer and comfier than down here. You thought about it a moment. Your only worry was whether you might get blood on something for when Bartholomew came back. Though considering the state of the saloon already, he thought, what the hell, you'll deal with it later, together. Yeah, let's. You stood up and helped Joseph with his stiff thigh to get up, too. You walked briskly together past the window, out of sight. You took your time getting up the stairs, taking it slow for Joseph, who was huffing and breathing through the gritted teeth as he made it his way up. You stumbled along the landing, one arm around each other towards the furthest room. I somehow knew that he wasn't gonna die the first time. I didn't think he got shot at all. I was like, he acting for a minute, but I didn't say anything because I didn't want to be wrong. But I was so right. Twisting the handle, you opened the door with some haste, shuffling inside together. You turned and closed the door as quickly as you could, still bumping against the frame, the handle creaking as it turned beneath your hand. You waited there, facing the door, giving yourself a moment, breathing slowly, feeling the metal in your palm, gripping it tightly. With the door closed, the peppering of gunshots from outside was much softer. You can imagine them as raindrops against the window. Nice room. You let go and turned and looked around at the room. You agreed. It was nice. It was bright, the sunlight skimming in through the window, curtains open, fading onto the pillows, a clean bed, a side table, a dresser. You wandered over to the bed, reaching out and touch, but thinking better of it when you felt the blood sticking between your fingers. A large rug lay on the floor next to the bed, so instead of lowering yourself down to sit on it, leaning back to rest against the bed, you rested your head against it too, at least feeling the softness of the sheets brushing your fur, mating the curve of your neck. Joseph stood where he was, looking into the middle distance. After a few moments of his glassy stare turned down to you, coming back to life. What we do now? We wait for the fight to die out. once they realize who's died, they should leave. Hopefully, we won't be looked for. Right. He shuffled over to the bed and leaned down, groaning as he hit the rug, sitting against the bed, as you did now. Sit here and hope for the best. As good as a plan as we've had so far. His hurt leg stretched out against the floor as he massaged the muscle gently, bringing the other closer out of the way. Leg's killing me, huh? Well, not really, thank God. The bleeding looked like it had stopped, thankfully, but it still needed tending to before it got worse. Your ears flicked as you turned your head, and you felt the still air stinging against your exposed tip of your ear. You reached up for a moment, feeling it, fingers running past the matted sticky fur. The bleeding had stopped there too. You can get patched up when all the townsfolk come back, I hope. Yeah, I'll be fine, don't you worry. You tried not to worry, settling yourself down, trying to rest. You stare at the wall of the bedroom, unsure what to think, unsure how to feel, tracing the grain of wood with your eyes. You wonder if the numbness you felt made you a monster, some strange lacking that left you sitting there, bereft of feeling. How were you supposed to feel when Curly's sitting behind the house, limp body, baking in the sun? How were you supposed to feel that black, draped over a window, lifelessly hanging in the back of the shade of the porch? You couldn't shake the feeling of the glass pressed against your neck through your fur, cold against your skin. Like it was still there. Like if you moved, in a second you find yourself gasping on the ground, drowning, grasping at your throat. You were brought back to your thoughts as your ears drew your eyes away from the wall, down to your side, down to where Joseph's hand fidgeted, tapping against the floor. The softness of patterns against the rug, and unheard rhythm from within him. His breathing caught your eye too, the noticeable rise and fall of his chest, the long exhales through his nose. Your eyes continued up to his sullen face, the feathers of his head subtly shaking, nerves bubbling to the surface. You looked back down to his hand and found yourself reaching across, reaching out to take hold. Joseph jolted as he touched him, his hand almost reflectively jerking out of yours. As he came back to the world, he looked down. He relaxed his arm when he saw, squeezing at you a little and letting you steal his hand away into your lap. It was trembling as you stroked your thumb over the feathers, squeezing his hand back firmly. Your hands move around each other, grappling and dancing, exploring each other's fingers and palms. A distraction of each other's fur and feathers. Just the two of you. Joseph's arm being pulled away from him started to make him lean, his bodily subtly shifting, inch by inch closer to you. He started to tilt, and his head tilted too, laying on your shoulders with a comforting heft of weight. You laid your head on his feathers ends tickling through your furs. He untwisted his arm into a comfier position, keeping it near. You took a hold again, holding it back, the back of his hand, digging your fingers in between and his intertwining. Now you were both still, only the small movements of getting comfortable to disturb you, hands fidgeting together. We're alive, huh? Did we really do that? Nah, there's no way. When we rolled up on Clemency and I saw y'all, I thought we had no shot. How did we make it out alive? There was an incredulity to his voice that weighed on your heart. He was right. You nearly died. Nearly, but you didn't. You were still alive. You were still here with him. I don't think I care much about how or the why. We're still alive, and they aren't. All that matters to me is that I'm sitting here with you, that I can feel how warm you are. Joseph sat sat at that. Joseph sat at that, his head no longer on your shoulder, as he turned to look at you. Looking into your eyes, you found your hand let go of his, reaching up, wanting to feel him, feel his warmth, the way his stomach moved as he breathed. His heart still beating strong inside him, like it was reaching out for you, quickened as you let your hand lay on his chest. You felt your own heartbeat thrumming louder now, like you had just minutes ago. Not out of fear this time, not that kind, as you reached up past his shoulder. He closed his eyes as your hand rubbed gently up his neck, feathers fluffing, stroking up till you cupped his face. The feathers of his face were soft, intermingled with dust and dirt, the specks of dried blood that you felt beneath your hand. He opened his eyes again, those big honey gold and brown rings that start to flick around your features, studying you, looking at you in a way that you don't think you would ever have been before. He cleared his throat a little, dry and unsure of his words, but wanted to say them all the same. You know, I don't... Did I ever tell you how handsome you are? You couldn't help your little snort as you turning your face away, giggling over the nervous trip of his words. No, I don't think you did. Aw, come on, Mew. Looking back at him, it felt like your faces were closer, your laughter subsided. Cheeks start to warm as the sweetness of his words trickled into your thoughts like honey. You found yourself leaning in slowly, as did he, your eyes glancing at each other's mouths. The stretch of tension in your back, as your head pushed forward, had your hand buried in the softness of his features, pulling him closer. Eyes meeting once more, just a moment before. Uh-oh. Oh my god! Yes! Your faces met. You pressed your lips on the end of his beak, his hot breath on your lips and your mouth, as yours was in his. You held the kiss there, looking for your lips to his, unsure if this was what you were supposed to do. You'd never kissed anyone like this before. You hadn't met anyone like Joseph before either. You just wanted to be close to him like this. Your heart was beating hard in your chest, your cheeks flushed and hot. You heard what sounded like sweeping, realizing your tail was wagging across the floor. A few more seconds passed before the kiss was broken and your hand falling from his face to hold onto his arm. Oh my goodness. You looked at each other with quivering breaths. You could feel the strong rhythm of his heartbeat in your hand. A big gracious smile spread across Joseph's face. You matched it with more sheepish one, embarrassed still despite everything. Guessing you never kissed someone with a beak before. No, I haven't. Or anyone without for that matter. Well, if that really was the first time, I got nothing to complain about then. I just say it was a very mammal kiss. Oh really? Now, do educate me. You have a lot of lips to do it. Birds can't do that so well, yeah? We tend to kiss a little differently. Your face warmed even more, your ears burning as he leaned in closer, talking softly. Let me show you. One hand came to rest on your leg. As he leaned forward, his beak flushed with your snout. You closed your eyes as he came closer. The whispers of your breath warmed on your face as the tip of his beak gently poked at your cheek. He preened and rubbed his beak through your fur, almost nibbling at you, feeling soft scrapes against your skin. Joseph's affection continued against your cheeks, the feathers of his face, close to your nose, smelling the sweat and tobacco. He nuzzled through your fur of your face a few moments more, before rubbing his beak all along your snout as he dipped his head back. You opened your eyes again, bemused by Joseph's new kiss. He gazed upon his bashful face. From the brush of his cheeks and the unusual shyness he was trying to shrug off, you felt as though if you'd been entrusted a secret. What do you make of that? I think I like mine better, but I could get used to those too. He slipped an arm around your back, holding you closer, as your heart fluttered at the thought of the familiar kiss. Would be happy to oblige. His face beamed with a warm smile, and he leaned forward to rest his head atop yours. You reached your hand across him and grabbed his other hand, pulling it onto his lap, keeping you all close like a bundle of sticks. Letting your mind focus on him, feeling his hand squeeze your side firmly, squeezing his other hand back. Listening to his breathing, to the small shuffles of his clothes, to the faint beat of his heart in his chest. Your ears flicked around a little as you heard something else, something subtle noise you wanted to ignore, focusing on the warmth of Joseph. The fight in the street seemed to be over. No longer could you hear the muffled shots, the pops or bangs or cracks that split the air. What you could hear now, though, were rhythmic thuds, distant and soft, but growing louder by the second. It was footsteps. First at the stairs, but now coming to the landing, coming closer. You sat up sharply, knocking Joseph in the chin a little, as you heard one of the doors open, then close. Whoever it was checking the rooms. Joseph sat up as he took note of the noises as well, realizing the same as you. Someone was looking for you, or at least someone was looking for stragglers. Your hand snapped to your gun and pulled it from the holster, aiming it square at the door. You heard more doors open and close. Whoever it was would be here in just a few seconds. The footsteps grew a little bit louder, and you found something familiar with them. There were 4 footsteps, 2 people, but there was another offbeat thump there. Out of place, a 5th footstep? As the hunters aimed to the door, you realized what it was. Your hand coming down, pointing the gun away. Joseph looked at you. What are you doing? It wasn't another footstep you heard. It was the thump of a cane. The door swung open with 2 figures standing in the doorway. A moment of uncertainty had you pointing your gun back their way. You put it away again, though, as sure enough you saw who you were expecting. It was Sheriff, along with a man unfamiliar to you, a lanky, serious-looking hair, who leaned in, still holding the door handle. Whoa, put that thing away there. We don't mean you no harm. Both of them had rifles slung over their shoulders, and Sheriff's worried face turned to one of relief when you met eyes. And there I was, getting all twisted up worrying about you two. I knew you'd be alright. Sheriff, what are you doing here? I thought everyone was out of town. Well, everyone is, except for us. Oh, I should introduce you. This is Matthew. He stayed behind to help me. I couldn't go with everyone else. I was worried about the town and you boys, so Matthew and I stayed here to help however we could. We were up the road shooting as a distraction. I hope it helped some. Wait, that was you? I thought you were supposed to be pacifists. Well, we didn't actually shoot anyone. We just shot near them. Trying to tip the scales in your favor and give them something else to worry about. Looks like that made the saloon a bit of a target, though. Bartholomew's not gonna be happy about this mess. I'm sorry. We'll do whatever we can to help. Matthew waved it off cheerily. Don't worry, my husband's a very forgiving man. But this saloon is like his baby. He'll want to know, oh, you're alright, but after, he's just gonna want to fix it up. So this was the husband. You didn't think your first meeting with him would be like this. Seems like you got banged up pretty bad, too. I don't know if we should have done more. No, I think you may as well have saved our lives. We knew the danger of what we were doing. Thank you for helping us like that. You didn't have to. Yeah, thanks. We owe you one. Don't mention it. We'll ask for your help when you're better. But right now, you need some seeing, too. Lucky for you two, town doctor's here. Where? You're looking at him. Ah, sorry. Nothing to apologize for. We've all had quite a day. What happened to everyone else? We told them to leave. Their bosses are dead. And we said more people would be back soon, too. None of them felt like sticking around. You're safe. Inside you, there was some deep sigh of relief, and you didn't realize you'd been holding on to. Like you hadn't breathed right for days. You nodded gratefully. Matthew came in to the room and started tending to Joseph first, looking over his injuries. Oh? Oh. You were both hurt and bruised and bloody, but you were safe now. You wondered how long it would be until you could believe that. You're not sure if you knew back then, or if you realized that you carried the scars from that day for the rest of your lives. You and Joseph were put up in separate rooms at the saloon by Bartholomew, who insisted you stay so that Matthew could treat you both. The month you spent resting and recovering there was full of sleepless nights. Nightmares came often, some more vivid than others. You often woke in the early morning to find you and your bed sheets drenched in sweat. Some nights you were woken by Joseph shouting. Those nights you sit up in bed waiting for him to come into your room and crawl in, laying with him until he fell asleep. Other nights where you felt shaken and sick by what you dreamt about, you'd wake him, asking if you could sleep in his bed. Neither of you talked much otherwise. You kept to yourselves in your rooms, resting doctor's orders. You weren't sure of the benefits, but Matthew brought you medicines occasionally. Often some concoction involving whiskey. Sounds like the greatest medicine ever, actually. He joked about the perks of having a bartender for a spouse. The taste was vile to you, still. You found it helped a little. It was odd, you thought, that the respite of bed rest felt like just as much as work as being up and about at the camp. It sometimes felt like wrestling was the last thing you were doing. As the days rolled by, there did come a point where you'd been waiting for, where you both were feeling fit enough to get up and do something. You still kept to the saloon, only seeing a handful of familiar faces at odd times. The saloon was already clean and mostly fixed up by the time you were recovered enough to lend a hand. You felt like you missed your opportunity to help out, but Bartholomew assured you that he'd need help when the new windows were to be fitted. He also brought up that neither of you had joined in on the nightly gathering at the saloon. That now you were better, everyone would love to see you. You heard the gathering all those nights you've been resting. Attendance waxed and waned, and every night the saloon was bustling and merry, full of people enjoying each other's company, singing songs, telling stories. The idea of being in the midst of that crowd put ice in your stomach. Joseph happily agreed to come along to the next gathering, and so did you. You knew, really, that it would be good to be around people. Now here you were, standing in front of the window in your room, looking out past the vague reflection of your face in the glass. Night had fallen. Lights in the houses down the street snuffed out by one of the people left for the saloon. The downstairs filling with the town. Already you could hear the muffled sounds of mingling chatter, spatters of loud laughs that had grown familiar to you through the walls. You kept looking out the window into the dark desert, knowing that you'd have to move soon. Just waiting another second, another minute. You had to go on, leaving the room. A short sight made at yourself set you off, walking across the room to meekly open the door. You pulled it open just a crack, the warm lamp light in the saloon spilling in, and to your surprise you found Joseph standing there. One hand raised, about to knock at your door. He flashed a little smile, clearly asking if he could come in. You opened it just enough to let him in before closing it, leaning in with your shoulder to the door as he stood close to you. Hey. Hi. Your greetings practically stumble over each other, both clearly antsy, trying to get some words out. Are you ready? You chewed the inside of your cheek a little as you thought. You wanted to be ready. You wanted to go down and see the people who had cared for you. Joseph was here too. It would be fine. I'm not ready either, if it helps. I figured we'd dilly-dally about it, though we'll never be ready. Yeah, you're right. You sighed as Joseph patted you on the shoulder, a little reassurance to get you going. All right, let's go have a good time. That's the spirit. Joseph followed close behind you as you opened the door wide and stepped out, eyes adjust from the darkness of the room. He closed the door as you left, and you walked along the landing together down the stairs, looking out over the disparate crowds. Clemency was a small town, but with so many packed into here, it felt like even the busiest of bars you glanced inside of before. As you neared the bottom of the stairs, you heard the voice call out, "Mew, Joseph, over here." You looked over at the bar and saw Bartholomew waving at you, his arms stuck up high to catch you over the taller patrons milling past. It wasn't just him either. Standing at the bar were two familiar faces you were happy to see, namely Jacob and Sheriff. You took Joseph's hand and walked through with him, excusing your way past the people to the bar. Jacob and Sheriff sidled along to make some room between them, a friendly gap for you both to squeeze into. It's good to see you well again, Mew. I found myself rather worried after what happened. I'm glad to see you too, Jacob. I didn't lose another limb, so I think I have nothing to complain about. He gave you a gentle, reassuring smile, seeming genuinely calmed by your jockey reassurance. Sheriff leaned in to address you both. It's good to see you both in good health, for sure, and you'll be in better health with a drink down you. Bartholomew, suppose I'm here for on the house, fellows. What are you drinking? It's what I'm here for. Damn, really? You sure? We've been taking up your rooms, and now free drinks? You're really spoiling us. You need something so we can toast to your health. Go on, take your pick. Well, I think I'll just stick with a beer. Alrighty, how about you, Mew? Can you do me a whiskey? You felt Joseph giving you a quizzical look. Surprised you choose such a hard liquor. Sure thing. Let me get on those. He turned and busied himself with finding what you ordered, and then you looked at Joseph, his face still confused over your choice. What? I've acquired a bit of a taste for it. No, I can respect it. Just didn't see it being your kind of thing. I'm full of surprises, huh? Sure are. You felt a little blush rise in your cheeks as he gave you a wry smile. Bartholomew set down the stout tumbler of whiskey alongside the beer on the counter. You took your drinks as Sheriff started to speak. That's more like it. Now a toast to me and Joseph. You boys pull off something incredibly brave, and I'm thankful you made it. Hear, hear. Hear, hear. You went around clinking glasses with Jacob, Joseph, Sheriff, and Bartholomew, before taking a sip of your whiskey. Before it even reaches your lips, the smell was burning in your nose, and you continued to burn as it slipped down your throat. It was a pleasant burn of sorts, though. You weren't sure that it was the way it was meant to be, but you enjoyed it all the same. So, boys, I don't know what your plans are now. You're all fixed up, but I thought I'd take the moment to ask if you'd stay in Clemency. I really think you'd fit here. It's just an invitation, mind you. No need to give me an answer now. Just think about it for... You and Joseph glanced eyes for a moment, both humbled and blindsided, unsure what to say. Why did the question leave you gripping your glass, fidgeting your thumb over your rim? Wasn't this something you wanted? Thank you, Sheriff. That's a very kind offer. We'll have to sleep on it, I think. Not a problem. Just a suggestion, really. Don't mind me none. Truth to be told, I can't say we have much in the way of plans as of now. Yeah, no, I haven't. We've not really thought about what to do next. That was the honest truth. All you'd focus on was getting away from Curly, out from under his shadow. Now you were free, you could do anything, and yet could think of nothing. A tightness took a hold of your chest. If it isn't my favorite patients. Matthew came in wandering from over the bar, greeted you both with a beaming smile. Great to see you up and at it again. All thanks to you, Doc. Aw, you're too kind. I'll drink to that. He took a swig of his beer he held, as did Joseph in kind. I'm setting up a poker game right now, so, thought I'd wander around and see who's in the game. I'll join in. Alrighty, I've already got another guy as well, so just need at least one more person. You able to sneak away from the bar, hun? He spoke past you to Bartholomew, who rolled his eyes. I admire your tenacity, Matthew, but I'm not gonna join you on your poker, no matter how many times you ask. Alright, can't blame a man for trying. Joseph caught your eye and gave you a look to ask, you mind if I go? To which you just nudged him encouragingly with your elbow. I'm game if you're prepared to lose. Oh, that's fighting talk, I should have known. Oh, and you'd be up for it. Come with me to the table. Joseph gave your arm a gentle squeeze before he grabbed a spear and headed with Sheriff towards the back of the saloon. You watched him disappear in the throng of the people before turning back to the bar, just left with Jacob and Bartholomew. Not a gambler, then, Jacob? Oh, heavens, no. Not that I have any particular objection. I'm just terrible at it. I have to say my poker face is quite dire. You chuckled at that, certainly seeing how it could be the case. Your eyes turned down onto your drink, small talk dying away, staring into the clear liquid that streaked the glass as you rolled it around in your hands. Were you a whiskey drinker now? You couldn't have foreseen that a month ago. Nor could you have foreseen before that you'd met Joseph, that you end up here, had left the gang, Curly gone. Thinking back to it, I felt like you were always going to be under Curly's thumb. What else was there for you? That was going to be your life, under the tides of the fate, swept you elsewhere. Under the tides of fate swept you elsewhere. You didn't think you'd ever have the chance like this. Now you have the chance to choose your life. Everything is just so hazy. What comes next? I know that look. You turn your eyes at the Bartholomew as he put his elbows on the bar, leaning in with a friendly, knowing demeanor. That's the face of someone with a lot going on upstairs. There's something very interesting at the bottom of that class. You thinking about what Sheriff asked? Yeah, I don't know. What are your plans now? You must have some idea of where you want to do. I can't say I do. I've not thought about it, I guess. You know, you don't have to stay in Clemency. You could go anywhere, really. Oh yeah, I would say I agree. Traveling is an incredible way to learn and to discover what kind of man you are. But what kind of man? Indeed. It is easy when young to think you know the world, think you know yourself well. That is what I thought before I went on my pilgrimage. The man who left Pennsylvania all those years ago is not the same man who arrived in Clemency. In fact, the man who arrived in Clemency and the man sitting at this bar right now are not the same either. Convening with your fellow people gives a great deal of clarity and substance to your character. Substance, I mean. I think I see what you mean. You knew what he meant, of course. You run with Curly for years now. Who you were when you left home and who you are now are strangers to each other. You weren't sure if that person from years ago meant you now, that you'd be someone you want to know. It's not just yourself either. You can learn a lot from someone else, from traveling with them. Me and Matthew learned so much about each other on the trail, both the good and the bad. I don't think you really know someone till you had to share the same bed for weeks on end. It could, be good for you and Joseph. Maybe. You could feel your cheeks turning red. Joseph had talked about riding east before, but that was more like running away at the time. What Bartholomew had stuck in your head. Do you even know Joseph? Do you really know him? You thought you did. You've only just met. You don't really know that much about each other. While you may feel things for him you'd never felt for anyone else. You've gone through hell and high water to be here, together. Is that enough? Is that a reason to stick together? Do you want to know who he is? Do you want him to know who you are? You have no idea what the future holds. You have no idea about anything. You don't know Joseph. He doesn't know you either. You don't even know yourself. Tar was welling up in your chest, coating your insides, making you heavy, breathing deep, tapping your fingers on the bar. It's too warm in here. Too many people. You need some air. You feeling all right, Mew? His words snapped you out of your thoughts, but your feelings remain. You nod subtly. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go outside and get some air. Giving them both a weak smile of reassurance, you left your drink on the bar and stepped away, passing strangers to head out the doors. The night air was refreshing as it cooled your head. You welcomed the chill breeze from the desert as it ruffled your fur. You didn't hang around long on the saloon porch, walking away into the town, leaving behind the yellow light that spilled from its windows. You left the town, too, past the sign that read its name, making your way up a path at the outskirts that brought you back forlorn memories. Memories of feeling not unlike the ones who were harboring you now. As you stood at the top of your climb on the familiar cliff. You took slow, deep breaths of the night air, filling your lungs, clearing your head. You wandered over to the cliff edge and gazed over the town, the light of the saloon stark against the inky dark. The desert was quiet, save for the whistle of the wind carrying up chirp insects. You crouched down and fell to your haunches, sitting and letting your legs hang over the edge of the cliff. It was funny to think about how many life-changing things had happened to you up here. Meeting Joseph, spending the night with him, sowing the seeds of your plans to be free. There was some comfort to being up here, perhaps, fond and fresh memories that calmed you, reminding you of why you were here. Still, there was a gnawing feeling in your heart, no matter how much you hoped for there not to be. Why are you still feeling like this? Why are you so worried? Why are you so scared? What's wrong with you? Shouldn't this freedom you have now be a good thing? Why does it feel like everything is about to come crashing down around your ears? What about Joseph, sweet Joseph, that you made a promise with? You let out a heavy sigh and didn't expect to be weighed down with so many thoughts tonight. This was supposed to be a celebration. Now you were up here, away from everyone, many contradictions running through your mind. That's always been the answer to... That's always been in your answer to things, running away. The only time you didn't was because of that promise. How stupid can you be to choose to fight, and then want to run away from everything you were fighting for? You probably run away yourself, if you could. You just wish you could answer why. You sat for a little while longer. The wind up here was still a pleasant breeze. It blew past your head, cooling your warm ears, taking small grains of sand with it that floated off the cliff. Not thinking about much at all, as you looked out into the night, at the distant dark blue silhouettes of the hill. Howdy, stranger, what brings you out here? You were drawn from your trance by Joseph's voice all of a sudden. You were so out of it that you hadn't heard him approach. You turned and looked up at him. He was standing a few paces away, his beer in one hand, your whiskey in the other. Mind if I join you? You nodded at the ground, letting him know that he can sit. He walked over and lowered himself carefully to sit next to you, keeping the drink steady. He held your whiskey glass out to you by his fingers, and you took it as he put it in your palm. Thanks. No problem. So like I said, what brings you out here? You absent-mindedly scratched the side of your glass with a blunt claw as you thought of your answer. I just need some air. Yeah? It was a little stuffy in that saloon, if you ask me. We did Bartholomew a favor breaking some windows, air out the place. You giggled a little at that. He was good at making you feel better. How are you always so charming? It seems to come so easily to you. He looked a little bashful at that comment, scratching his head, unsure of what to say. I don't know, I just picked it up over time, I guess. Helps get you out of a lot of fights and whatnot. Yeah, that makes sense. You feeling alright? Didn't say anything when you left. Sorry, I didn't want to bother you during your poker game. You thought about what you wanted to say, but so many things vied up for your tongue. Everything swelling up inside you, chest fit to burst. You didn't know if you could admit it how you were feeling to him. It almost felt too personal. It felt wrong. It felt harsh. I feel strange. That's the simplest way I can say it. He looked at you a moment, eyebrow cocked, unimpressed. Lay it on me. Huh? Lay it on me, and I want to know what you're thinking. I want to know... I know you got stuff on your mind you ain't telling me. You blew through your lips with a sigh, thinking about whether you should. He was right, after all. You don't have to hide how you feel anymore. If you were honest, you didn't want to keep it hiding. I'm scared, I guess. I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to be doing. Where I'm going to next. Everyone at the salon was asking us about plans, and I realized I didn't have any. I didn't think that far ahead. Now we're here, I don't know what to do. I feel like an animal that's been let out of its cage and gotten lost in the wilderness. But what are you scared of? What's the worst thing that could happen? I don't know. That's why I'm scared. What if I do the wrong thing? Make the wrong decision? What if I decide to settle down in clemency, like Sheriff said, and I don't like it? Where would I go? I had so much of my life wasted running with Curly. I don't want to lose more of it to bad decisions. I've made too many of those. I don't want to waste my life either. We can make those choices together now, though. We can turn over a new leaf. I know we could, but I'm worried about you, too. I was talking with Jacob and Bartholomew and realized I don't even know you. I don't know anything about you. You don't know me either. Joseph's face went solemn. He just stared into your eyes, like he was trying to unpick some meaning from your expression. I've done horrible things, Joseph. So have I. I don't know that I like the person I've become after Curly. I don't trust myself. You did what you needed to stay alive. You don't have to do that anymore. You were growing frustrated with his rebuttals. Like he wasn't listening to you. You twisted your body around, one leg up, facing him head on. I love you, and I'm scared of hurting you. I'm scared that the man and who could hurt Curly is the same man who could hurt you. I'm scared that if we really knew each other, we wouldn't be here in the first place. The wind whistled in your ears. Joseph's face was still, eyes squinting, a little contemplating your words. A few moments pass before he opens his beak to speak. I love you too. And I'm not scared of you. I want to find out who you are and hope I have the courage to let you find out who I am. I'm scared as all hell. I know what you mean. Now that I'm free of the gang, I don't know what to do with myself. All I know is I want to be with you. Maybe we'll make bad choices, but who cares? You helped show me that I don't have to live my life in fear of you. I think we're scared, I think if we're scared, it means we have our heads screwed on right. But it doesn't have to stop us from living. We can make whatever mistakes we want. We can stay in clemency forever. We can go traveling in the country. I don't give a hoot. Tonight ain't the night to worry about the rest of your life. Whatever happens to us, if I can kiss your face at the end of the day, then everything will be alright. A great wave of relief washed over you as Joseph spoke. You didn't realize how much you needed to hear that from him. A kiss and a prayer? He laughed. Yeah, on a kiss and a prayer we'll just be fine. Story of our lives, huh? He leaned in and pecked you on the cheek, bringing a blush of warmth to them. That even the night breeze could not cool. Seemed pretty good to me. Now come on! Let's get back down there and have a good time. I think someone said they were going to dust off the old piano and play us all a tune. He made us stand up and you reached out, placing your hand over his. Wait, is it alright if we just sit here a little longer? Then we can go down? It's a nice night, that's all. His smiled, eyes softly tilting to the sky, looking at the stars. Sure is. You want to stay here a spell? That's fine by me. As he settled back down, he scooted over closer to you, shoulder to shoulder, and you tilted your head to rest on him. You slipped your hand into his, and he held yours tightly, squeezing back between your fingers. The night may be cold, but he was all the warmth you needed. You spent so long looking out for yourself, looking out for people who didn't care about you. Now you can look out for each other. Oh my god. We got an ending. We made it. That was so long. Holy shit. I didn't realize how long this was gonna be. My whole entire face hurts. Oh my god. I do wonder how the options would have changed if you picked like whether to tell Curly about the gunman, or if you would have picked like there was another option. There was another option. I already forgot whether to stay with the crew or not. If that would have changed anything. I bet it does. But I'm not gonna go back and see, because that was a long story, and I did not expect to just. Oh my god. I need to massage my face after this. Gay little game, more like gay super long game. So freaking long. I'm not even sure if I'm afraid that parts of this are ineligible for people to understand as I'm talking, because I just had to read and read and read. I'm afraid of that. So I hope you guys, that's the end. Thank you for playing Lookouts. This has been a huge project for both of us, and we're super proud and happy we've been able to share it with you after so long. If you enjoyed the game, please leave a comment or rating on itch.io. Yep. 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 To the start, I guess. But I'm not gonna continue with that. I'm gonna just let you all know that thank you guys so much for watching. If you made it this far, I should have done, I'm not sure if I could have even done, well, I guess I could have. Yeah, I didn't save anything. I never save. I always either forget to save or just never save, and man, it was just so long, man. My holding fire face hurts. Oh my god. Okay. Jesus. Yeah, this read like a straight up chapter book, I'll be honest. I felt like I read through like, I would say 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 chapters today. It's hard to determine, because you don't know if each individual would be a chapter in the town. Each individual you go talk to would be an individual chapter in the town. Anyway, yeah, that was, I hope you guys enjoyed this. Thank you guys so much for watching, especially if you made it all the way down here. Damn, that's dedication right there. I'm gonna go now and never talk again for the rest of the day. I hope you guys, thank you guys so much for watching. See you in the next video. Bye bye.